Chapter 1167. The two people in the room were naturally Zhou Zhiruo and Qi Fang. They were brought to a house to settle down, and Zhou Zhiruo escaped with Qi Fang when the guards weren't paying attention. The people on the Isle of Heroes didn't expect these two delicate women to be martial arts experts. By the time they realized what was going on, the two women were already gone. After escaping safely, Zhou Zhiruo led Qi Fang to the appointed place to meet up with Song Qingshu. However, it was too conspicuous for two beautiful women to visit a brothel, so they disguised themselves as men and snuck in. Qi Fang had never been to a place like this before. Back then, Tao Hong, who came from a brothel in a small place, had already made her feel inferior, let alone the largest brothel in the capital. Although her experience as a mistress was different from before, she had always lived in seclusion and abided by womanhood. It was even more impossible for her to come to a place like this. Zhou Zhiruo was the same. However, she was a child of the pugilistic world after all. In addition, she had been in the White Lotus Society for a while and had come into contact with people from all walks of life. Therefore, compared to Qi Fang, she was much calmer. She was the one who made arrangements to go in and out of the Red Sleeve house. The two women naturally wouldn't ask for the girls in the house to keep them company. The madam originally had some complaints, but a large ingot of silver was enough to shut her up. She immediately arranged a secluded room for them. The two women had already waited here for a few hours, but Song Qingshu showed no signs of appearing. Qi Fang couldn't sit still anymore. "Sister Qi, you seem very agitated?" Zhou Zhiruo also noticed that Qi Fang was more agitated than usual. Qi Fang bit her lip and said faintly, "I'm worried about water spinach." Zhou Zhiruo had been with her for a few days and naturally knew that water spinach was her daughter. "It's been so long. The Wan clan probably thinks that I'm dead. If water spinach doesn't see me, she'll probably be very sad." Qi Fang's heart trembled when she thought of her cute daughter. Zhou Zhiruo smiled. "Sister, you're confused because you're worried. Water spinach is still so young. How would she know these things?" Qi Fang was still frowning. "I'm mainly worried that Wan Gui, that bastard, will harm her," Zhou Zhiruo said in surprise. "As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs." I don't think so." She also knew what had happened to Qi Fang, so as she spoke, her tone became uncertain. "If he can kill his wife, what else can't he do?" The more Qi Fang said, the more flustered she became. "No, even if Wan Gui won't do anything to her, I must save water spinach. I can't let her grow up in a family surrounded by wolves." "Then, let's go rescue little water spinach now." At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the window. The two girls turned around in surprise. Song Qingshu lightly jumped in from the window and looked at the two women with a smile. "Song!" Qi Fang cried out in surprise, but she quickly realized that his decent wife was here, so she forcibly suppressed her excitement. "You've really recovered your martial arts." Zhou Zhiruo, on the other hand, did not have so many misgivings. She went up and hugged him. If she had been skeptical before, now that she saw him enter the room without a sound, Zhou Zhiruo completely believed him. "Yes, I've recovered." Song Qingshu stroked her soft long hair and answered gently. The two of them shared their feelings, and soon, Zhou Zhiruo also realized that there was a woman next to her. She blushed and pushed him away, changing the topic. "The poison of the golden ripple flower is so powerful. How did you recover?" "I comprehended the Taishan scripture on the Isle of Heroes and forced the poison out," Song Qingshu answered instinctively. "The Taishan scripture is really amazing. It can even deal with the flower of the heavenly demon." Zhou Zhiruo was amazed. She suddenly realized something and frowned. She said angrily, "Then when you used the poison to make Sister Qi accompany you, was that an act?" Song Qingshu knew that the situation was bad and hurriedly said, "At that time, there was still some poison left. I needed to consolidate it to prevent it from reviving." Looking at the two women's doubtful gazes, Song Qinshu hurriedly changed the topic. I heard Sister Qi mention the water spinach. Let's go to the Wan residence now. It'll be a good time to settle the debt they caused me. Hearing this, Zhou Jiruo's eyes instantly turned cold. Ma Chi-chun and Wan Gui had almost caused her husband to die without a burial place. How could she not take revenge? And that Li Gai? Zhou Jiruo's eyes drifted towards the north as she secretly added in her heart. The three quickly reached an agreement and quietly left the red sleeve courtyard under the moonlight. Because Qi Fang's martial arts were too poor, Song Qinshu carried her all the way, which made Zhou Jiruo a little depressed. But Qi Fang's identity was destined to pose no threat to her. Zhou Jiruo soon felt relieved. She tapped her toes and chased after them. In the past, she defeated all the heroes in the Shaolin Temple's lion-slaying convention and won the title of number 1 in the world. These years, she has been concentrating on cultivating the 9 Taoist scripture. Coupled with the benefits of dual cultivation with Song Qinshu, her martial arts can be said to be better than before. Following behind Song Qinshu, she did not feel strenuous at all. Of course, besides the fact that Song Qinshu was carrying someone, there was also the factor that he did not use his full strength. Being held in Song Qinshu's arms, even if the two had already been intimate, Qi Fang's heart was still beating fast. She glanced at Zhou Jiruo without a trace. Seeing that she did not show any dissatisfaction, she was a little relieved. Except for occasionally reaching out to point the way, the rest of the time, she was blushing. On his chest. It did not take long for the three of them to arrive at the Prime Minister's mansion. Even though it was the mansion of the number 1 person in the imperial court, the security was not as tight as the Jia mansion. Moreover, with Qi Fang's guidance along the way, it was very easy for them to avoid some of the key guarded areas and hidden sentries. They sneaked into the Prime Minister's mansion soundlessly. In this world, regardless of whether it was the royal palace or the mansions of the ministers, they were all guarded on the outside but not on the inside. The inner chambers were where the womenfolk lived. In addition to the polygamy system of this world, in order not to be cuckolded, the men naturally wouldn't allow those strong guards to wander around the womenfolk. Let's go find the water spinach first. After placing Qi Fang on the ground, Song Qinshu said in a low voice. He understood that if he sought revenge first, it would inevitably cause a big commotion. At that time, it would be inconvenient for Qi Fang to find her daughter. Thank you. Qi Fang looked at him gratefully, then led the way in front. This way, water spinach is usually taken care of by her wet nurse, but I don't know if there are any changes now. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the wet nurse's room. Thank the heavens, water spinach was safe and sound. After sealing the wet nurse's sleeping acupuncture point, Qi Fang ran in and tightly hugged her daughter, who was sleeping soundly in the baby's crib. Tears unconsciously flowed down her cheek. Looking at the little girl in her arms, who was as fair as jade, Song Qinshu couldn't help but admit the strength of genes. Although Wan Gui was a little bad, he was extraordinarily handsome. Qi Fang was also a beautiful woman with the countenance of a flower and the face of the moon. From a young age, it could be seen that their daughter was going to be a beauty. Big sister, can you let me hold the water spinach as well? Zhou Jiruo, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but ask. Of course. Now that Qi Fang was in a good mood, she smoothly handed her daughter over. At the same time, she gave Zhou Jiruo pointers on how to hold the child more effortlessly and make the child more comfortable. Looking at the joy and excitement in Zhou Jiruo's eyes, Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel a trace of tenderness in his heart. Chapter 1168. Song Qinshu's question stunned Qi Fang. On one hand, she resented Wan Gui for abandoning her and murdering her in order to climb higher. On the other hand, the two of them had been married for so many years. It was impossible for them to not have feelings for each other. After hesitating for a long time, Qi Fong suddenly raised her head to look at him. You want me to go? Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. That depends on what you think. I'll listen to you. Finishing, Qi Fong's face reddened. She had gotten used to relying on this man in this period of time. Then let's go together. It's good to say goodbye to our past lives. Song Qingshu then said to Zhou Jiruo, Jiruo, this is the Prime Minister's Fu. If you get into a conflict with the guards in the Fu and hurt water spinach, it wouldn't be good. Take water spinach out of the Fu first and wait for us outside. Zhou Jiruo was somewhat unwilling but understood that there was no other way. If she let Qi Fong take the child, her martial arts were too low. If she fell into the hands of the Prime Minister's Fu, it would be easy for them to hold back. Thinking about it, it was safer for her to take the child out of the Fu first. All right, be careful. Come out as soon as you finish your revenge. Finishing, she pushed off with the tip of her foot and carried the child, disappearing into the night. Let's go. Seeing Qi Fong reluctantly look in the direction Zhou Jiruo disappeared, Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Don't worry, Jiruo won't take water spinach away. Qi Fong's face reddened and she looked away. Wan Gui's room is this way. Finishing, she ran away guiltily. Song Qingshu leisurely followed behind her. Not long after, they arrived at a small courtyard. Returning to her previous residence, Qi Fong had mixed feelings. For a moment, she didn't know how to face the person who slept next to her with a heart like a snake. Just as she was hesitating, a man's angry shout and a woman's giggle came from a distant room. Qi Fong's expression couldn't help but change. She couldn't help but want to rush over, but there was a steady hand on her shoulder. Don't get excited. Let's wait and see first. After Song Qingshu finished speaking, he gently held her waist. The two of them quietly flew to the roof of the room where the sound came from. They lifted the tiles and saw the situation inside. At this moment, Wan Gui was sitting on a stool in casual clothes, clutching his hand with a pained expression. He had a sinister expression as he said something to someone. Song Qingshu followed his gaze and saw that there was a large fishing net under a beam in the room. This fishing net wasn't a real fishing net, but a trap specially made in Jianghu to catch people. At this time, there was a woman trapped in the fishing net. Due to the angle, Song Qingshu could not see her face. He could only see that she was wearing a blue shirt with white flowers printed on it, and an embroidered apron from her chest to her knees. The color was dazzling, and there was a pair of huge golden earrings hanging from her ears, the size of a wine cup. Her attire was obviously not that of a Han woman. Perhaps it was because she was confined in a small space by the fishing net, but her voluptuous and graceful figure appeared even more charming. Her entire body was like a plump and tender peach, as if water would come out of it with a gentle pinch. In particular, the colorful belt around her waist vividly accentuated the softness of her waist and the fullness of her breasts, making men want to reach out and untie it. Song Qingshu was surprised. He seemed to have seen this attire before, but he couldn't remember. The blue-clothed woman in the fishing net giggled and asked, "Young Master Wan, how does my spotted scorpion taste?" Her voice was soft and charming, stirring people's souls. This woman's appearance was not seen. Just based on her voluptuous and graceful figure, it was enough to make one's imagination run wild. However, hearing her voice and seeing her, one would feel that her voice was so charming that it didn't matter whether she was beautiful or ugly. So it's her. Hearing her voice, Song Qingshu finally knew the identity of this woman, Indigo Phoenix, the leader of the Five Immortals sect. When he was trying to save Dongfang Muxue on the Blackwood Cliff, his inner breath was dispersed by Venerable Ming Zhang Wuji's punch. Then, Dongfang Muxue brought him to the Five Immortals sect in Yunnan, where he lived with Indigo Phoenix for a period of time. However, Indigo Phoenix was Dongfang Muxue's exclusive property, and Song Qingshu didn't have a deep relationship with her. Therefore, when he first saw her clothes and figure, he only felt that they were familiar, but he didn't recognize her. However, Indigo Phoenix's voice was soft and charming, and her characteristics were too distinct. As long as a man heard it once, he would never forget it. Therefore, Song Qingshu immediately realized who she was. Why is she here? Seeing someone familiar, Song Qingshu was surprised and happy. However, he didn't know what was going on down there, so he could only listen and decide. *TCH. Wan Gui covered his hand, which was swollen. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the woman, so he didn't groan. However, sweat was dripping down his forehead like soybeans. Indigo Phoenix wasn't offended by his insults, as if she had experienced such situations many times. She sighed coquettishly and said, "I gave you a chance. As long as you could take off my clothes, I would obey you from now on. Who asked you to be so useless?" "Demon woman, you tricked me on purpose. So, you hid a poisonous scorpion in your clothes." Wan Gui's lust had faded, and he reacted quickly. "I forgot to tell you that I've liked to keep poisonous snakes and scorpions since I was young. They are like my precious babies, and I can't bear to be separated from them. Therefore, I've always brought them with me." Indigo Phoenix stopped smiling and said coldly, "Who asked you to be so lustful? Do you think you can do whatever you want to me just because I've been caught by this stupid fishing net?" Wan Gui rolled his eyes, and his expression quickly changed. He respectfully bowed and said, "So, it's Cult Master Lon of the Five Immortals sect. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. I hope that you, a great man of great stature, will forgive me." He was also from the Jianghu. The woman in front of him was dressed like a Miao woman, and she was good at using poison. It was easy for him to guess her identity. "Old man, am I very old?" Blue Phoenix touched her face and heaved a sigh of relief. Not old at all. You're as beautiful as a fairy," Wan Gui said quickly. Although she had given up on her husband, Qi Fang couldn't help but despise him when she saw how he was trying to save his life. "Is she really that beautiful?" Indigo Phoenix became happy. "I heard that your wife is also a famous beauty. I wonder who's more beautiful compared to her?" Wan Gui replied without the slightest hesitation, "Naturally, cult leader Lan is more beautiful. My wife has the appearance of a willow tree, with a thick rustic air about her. How can she compare to cult leader Lan's thousands of amorous feelings?" Qi Fang, who was on the roof, trembled when she heard this. She never cared about her appearance, and she wouldn't compare herself to other women. If Wan Gui was forced to say that she was like a willow tree, she wouldn't mind. However, when she saw her husband calling her a country girl, she knew that it was what he really thought. So, in his heart, "I'm so unbearable." Qi Fang bit her lips so hard that it almost bled. She had always been an extremely traditional woman. Even if Wan Gui had plotted against her first, when she thought about how she had also done something to let him down, she still felt a faint sense of remorse in her heart. Especially when she recalled the time they had spent together as husband and wife, that sense of remorse grew even stronger. Chapter 1169. Feeling Qi Fang's trembling, Song Qingshu gently patted her back and comforted her. "There is no need to be sad for such a man." Looking at the graceful man beside her, and then comparing it to her husband's servile appearance, Qi Fang sighed faintly in her heart. At this time, another conversation came from below. She hurriedly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and carefully looked down. She saw the Blue Phoenix smiling charmingly. "Mr. Wan, you have a sweet mouth." Wan Gui had no choice but to deal with it. He noticed that the back of his hand turned from red to purple, then from purple to black, and a red line slowly crept up his arm. His heart was immediately anxious. He immediately said, "I hope cult leader Lan Darren will not hold grudges against this lowly one and grant me the antidote first. After the poison is cured, I will accompany cult leader to chat." The Blue Phoenix glanced at him with a faint smile and said, "Don't worry. This red line will only die when it reaches your chest. There is still time. Wan Gue was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He thought that after the poison is cured, he would press her on the bed and *ck her 1,000 times. How would he be able to vent his anger? However, when he thought about how many venomous snakes and insects were hidden on her white, jade-like body, he shuddered and his lust disappeared. Wan Gue's poisonous gas gradually rose. He felt a burst of dizziness. His body swayed uncontrollably. Hastily he said, "Lan Jiaozhu, why did you come here today? Why don't you tell me? Right now my grandfather is the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court. He is below one person but above tens of thousands people. His power is far from what those Jianghu sects can compare to." He was not stupid. At this point, he understood that simply begging for mercy would not be able to deal with this smiling woman. He immediately changed his strategy and used the power of the Prime Minister's residence. On one hand, it was to show his power. On the other hand, it was a threat. If she dared to harm him, the Five Immortals sect would not be able to resist the power of the Imperial Court. The Blue Phoenix scoffed, "Mister, you don't have to scare me. The Five Immortals sect is far away in Yunnan. It is not within the borders of the Great Song. No matter how powerful your grandfather is, he cannot control it." It was a slip of the tongue. Wan Gue chuckled. "However, you must have something to ask of me since you are visiting so late at night. Why don't we discuss it? Young master has good eyesight. I am indeed here to find something." Indigo Phoenix was trapped in the fishing net. She felt uncomfortable after staying there for a long time. As she spoke, she changed her position and revealed her 2 snow-white feet. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. Tao Wu in twin of the Tang dynasty was also wearing white clothes and bare feet. This could be considered a classic unsolved mystery of wuxia. They ran around without shoes but their feet were clean. Song Qingshu had no idea how they did it. "Cult Master Lan, please speak." When Wan Gue saw that the red thread was about to reach his armpit, he instantly became anxious. Indigo Phoenix said calmly, "Young master, you know that we, the Five Immortals sect, love to study poisons. Not long ago, I heard that the Golden Snake King, who was unparalleled in martial arts, was defeated by young master's golden rippling flower. Therefore, I am curious and came to your residence to ask for 1 or 2 golden rippling flowers to study." Golden ripple flower? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Then, he quickly realized that Indigo Phoenix was Dongfang Mushue's subordinate. This time, she came to look for the golden rippling flower. She was probably instructed by her to find the antidote. Golden rippling flower? Wan Gue was also shocked. He quickly smiled and said, "How difficult is that?" After he finished speaking, he ran to the cabinet and carefully took out a sealed wooden box. He placed it on the table. "Cult Master Lan, there is a golden rippling flower in this box. As long as Cult Master Lan gives me the antidote for the spotted scorpion, I will give you this golden rippling flower. How about that?" Wan Gue stared at Indigo Phoenix, afraid that she would not agree. "No problem." Indigo Phoenix smiled sweetly. Wan Gue heaved a long sigh of relief. "However, you have to let me see what's in the box first. Otherwise, who am I going to reason with if you take something to fool me?" Indigo Phoenix said with a smile. Wan Gue quickly waved his hand and said, "Cult Master Lan is an expert in using poisons. You should know that the pollen and fragrance of the golden rippling flower are extremely poisonous. Once I open this wooden box, both of us will be poisoned." Indigo Phoenix giggled and said, "Young Master Wan, what are you talking about? We, who use poisons, are not afraid of our own poisons. Why don't you just take out the antidote and prepare it?" Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, could not help but laugh. Indigo Phoenix had taken such a big detour to trick him into giving her the antidote for the golden rippling flower. She achieved her goal without alerting Wan Gue. She was indeed a smart lady. Wan Gui smiled bitterly and said, "The golden rippling flower is the flower of the heavenly demon. There is no antidote in this world." "There is no antidote," Indigo Phoenix exclaimed. Her face turned pale. She knew that Wan Gui had no reason to lie to her. Otherwise, he could have poisoned her with the golden rippling flower and threatened her with the antidote. Initially, she and Dongfang Muxue were still hopeful about the antidote for the golden rippling flower. However, after hearing Wan Gui's words, their last hope was shattered. It had been some time since Song Qinshu was poisoned. Since there was no antidote for the golden rippling flower, Song Qinshu would have been dead for a long time. Thinking about Dongfang Mushue's request before she left and the worry that was deliberately hidden in her eyes, Indigo Phoenix could not help but sigh. Master's heart is higher than the sky. She finally found someone, but who knew that they would not be fated to be together? If she knew about this, who knows what kind of irrational things she would do? If it was Dongfang Muxue in the past, Indigo Phoenix would not be so worried. She was unparalleled and was the cult master of the Sun-Moon God sect. Who in the world dared to provoke her? However, she was severely injured now. Her strength had not even recovered to 30% of her peak. In addition, she had lost her position as the cult master and her identity could not be exposed. If anything were to happen, she would not be able to escape a tragic ending. Wan Gui was a shrewd person. Seeing that Indigo Phoenix's expression changed when she heard that there was no antidote for the golden rippling flower, she stopped in her tracks. She looked at Indigo Phoenix in the fishing net and sneered, "I almost fell for your trap. So you are here for Song Qinshu." Indigo Phoenix knew that her reaction had exposed a flaw. She was still immersed in her worry. She only snorted coldly in response. "Song Qinshu is really lucky with women. I heard that not only is his wife the most beautiful woman in the world, but he also has many women by his side." I did not believe it. Who knew that after I saw it with my own eyes, I had no choice but to believe it. In Yangzhou, the daughter of the Li family sacrificed her reputation in public to save him. Then, a fairy-like woman saved him. Now, there is Cult Master Lan from the Five Immortals sect. Looking at Indigo Phoenix's milky white skin, Wan Gui revealed a strange smile. Tisk, such luck with women really makes men jealous. Since there is no antidote for the golden rippling flower, don't even think about getting rid of the poison in your body. Just wait for your death. Indigo Phoenix sneered. Wan Gui smiled and shook his head. Although there is no antidote for the golden rippling flower, there is an antidote for this spotted scorpion. Moreover, the antidote should be with you. Chapter 1170. Song Qinshu, who was on the rooftop, did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Indigo Phoenix was right. No matter how charming she was, there would be countless venomous snakes and insects hiding underneath her clothes. It would be strange if a man was not scared on the spot. Moreover, it was said that the Miao women were loyal and they were especially good at using venomous spells. If a man was greedy for one night of pleasure and got poisoned by the Miao woman's lover spell, he would have to bid farewell to other women. Wan Gui angrily said, "Don't think that I really don't dare to touch you." The Indigo Phoenix giggled. "Bring it on then. Don't just talk. I forgot to tell you that other than venomous snakes, spiders, and scorpions, I also have golden silkworm venomous poison and jade silkworm venomous poison. Mr. is half a man of the pugilistic world. You should have heard of it." Not to mention Wan Gui, even Song Qinshu couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard this. My goodness, the gold silkworm poison and jade silkworm poison are toxic poisons in the Golden Book that aren't inferior to the golden ripple flower. During the Dragon Boat Festival in the Miao Stockade Village, hundreds of insects were collected and placed in earthen jars to kill each other. A year later, when the jars were opened, only a kind of golden silkworm was left. After feeding it with golden leaves for a few months, it would turn into a pile of golden dung. The dung was the golden silkworm's poison, which could be said to be the most poisonous thing in the world. Those who were poisoned would feel as if thousands of insects were biting their body. The pain was unbearable, and they could neither live nor die. The green silkworm poison goo, peacock gallbladder, and crane's crown red were listed by the Poison Hand King of Medicine as 3 of the 9 great forbidden drugs in the world. The egg powder of the green silkworm poison goo was the Miao tribe's poison. It was colorless and odorless. The poison powder did not pass through flesh and blood, so its toxicity was not strong. There were ways to neutralize it, but it had to pass through flesh and blood to be fatal. As soon as the human body was covered with the poison powder, there would be a faint layer of dark green. If the peacock gall and crane's crown red were added, it would not show any color. However, after mixing them together, the poison would enter the heart and there was no antidote. However, the poison of the golden silkworm parasite was in the form of a powder. If the opponent's internal energy was much higher than the poisoner's, it was very easy for the poison powder to bounce back and cause harm to the poisoner. As for the green silkworm parasite, it needed to be combined with the peacock's gallbladder and crane's crown red in order to maximize its power. Although there was no antidote, as long as someone was willing to sacrifice their life to suck out the poison blood, they could still save the poisoned person's life. So, in comparison, the golden ripple sunflower was more impossible to guard against. Not only could it kill without leaving a trace, but even a deity would not be able to save it. Wan Gui's face was malevolent, obviously unable to do anything to the thorny rose in front of him, but he was still crafty and cunning, quickly coming up with an idea. "You are covered in poison, I indeed do not dare to touch you directly, but now that you are trapped in the fishing net, I will have someone throw you into the pond in the courtyard to soak for a few hours. When those poisonous snakes and insects come into contact with the water, won't they flee without a trace? Not to mention the golden silkworm parasite and green silkworm parasite on your body, they have long been washed clean by the water." The indigo phoenix's expression changed slightly. She knew that if she was really soaked in the water, she would lose 90% of her strength. Since things had come to this, she could only force herself to say, "Humph, it's a pity that you don't have that much time to wait. You have been poisoned by my spotted scorpion poison. Once the red line reaches your chest, you will die immediately." Wan Gui tore open his clothes to take a look. The red line had already reached his armpit. His face instantly turned gloomy. "Give me the antidote, and I will let you go. How about that?" The indigo phoenix chuckled. "Mister, do you think I am a 3-year-old girl? This is your territory. If I really give you the antidote, will you let me go?" Seeing that the red line was getting closer and closer to his chest, Wan Gui knew that it was too late to call for the people in the residence. He immediately went into a frenzied state. "All right, since I am going to die, I will play with the Golden Snake King's woman before I die. It's good to be a playboy." Qifeng, who was on the roof, was shaking with anger. She immediately turned around and looked at Song Qinshu. Seeing that he was gloomy, she could not help but apologize softly. "I am sorry." Song Qinshu shook his head. "He is the shameless one. What has it got to do with you?" The indigo phoenix spat. "Firstly, I am not the Golden Snake King's woman. Secondly, if you want to play with me, I am afraid you don't have the ability." Wan Gui raised his sword and approached her step by step. Hearing what she said, he laughed sinisterly. "I know that cult leader Lan is proud of his poisonous body, but I will first use my sword to cut open your clothes and strip you naked. This young master would like to see where you can hide those venomous snakes, venomous insects and whatnot from head to toe, unless—" As he spoke, he looked between the indigo phoenix's legs. His gaze was extremely perverted. Seeing him being so rude, the indigo phoenix was furious. Although she had a way to protect herself even if she was stripped naked, it would inevitably damage her chastity. Although she looked like a slut, she valued her chastity very much. How would she be willing to be taken advantage of by such a despicable person? My skin is covered with the poisonous powder of the golden silkworm. If you are not afraid of death, you can try to touch me," the indigo phoenix said coldly. She did not want him to see her body, so she threatened him first. "So what?" Wan Gui's eyes revealed a tinge of madness. He pointed at the red line that was slowly moving towards his chest. "I am going to die anyway, so what if I am poisoned by the golden silkworm? As long as I can have a taste of cult Master Lon before I die, when I go to the underworld in the future, I will let him know that not only did he die in my hands, but also that his woman was played by me. So what if his martial arts are matchless and famous in the world? In front of me, Wan Gui, he is a complete failure, a green-haired bastard, ha ha." Seeing that Wan Gui was getting closer, the indigo phoenix's expression finally changed. If a person did not care about life and death, there was really no way to threaten him. Crack! A crisp sound of cloth tearing was heard. The indigo phoenix's sleeve had fallen to the ground, revealing her fair arm. "Ah!" the indigo phoenix exclaimed. She quickly turned her body to block his view. "Tsk, tsk, tsk, this skin looks like it was soaked in milk. Song is really lucky." Wan Gui's Adam's apple moved. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He raised his sword towards the indigo phoenix's chest again. The indigo phoenix was angry and anxious. She was hesitating if she should take out the antidote for the spotted scorpion to temporarily calm him down so that she could negotiate with him. Anyway, the antidote would only be completely detoxified after 7 days. She was not afraid of giving him some first. He would not have any bargaining chips when the time came. At this moment, a teasing voice came from the room. "I heard that you want me to be a green-haired bastard?" Hearing this voice, the indigo phoenix turned around in surprise, but Wan Gui looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Song Qingshu? How is that possible? There is no antidote for the golden ripple flower. How are you still alive?" Song Qingshu said plainly, "With your pitiful knowledge, it's hard to explain to you." After he finished speaking, he ignored him and walked towards the indigo phoenix. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword aura sliced through the fishing net. The indigo phoenix screamed and fell out. As she was suspended in midair, she lost her balance and couldn't react in time. Her entire body fell to the ground. Song Qingshu instinctively wanted to help her up, but he didn't know why he retracted his hand halfway. Blue Phoenix fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Chapter 1171. Indigo Phoenix's voice was delicate and gentle. Any man who heard it would inevitably feel protective towards her. However, Song Qingshu smiled calmly and said, "Cult leader Lan, you have the gold silkworm venom and jade silkworm venom on you. How would I dare to help you?" Previously, he had been poisoned by the golden ripple flower, and even now, he still had lingering fears. Song Qingshu did not want to be poisoned again. Even though he had successfully cultivated the supreme mystery scripture and could be said to be invulnerable to all poisons, it would still take some effort to force out the poison. He was not a masochist, so why would he seek trouble for himself? The Blue Phoenix said softly, "These 2 poisons are only effective against other men. They are not effective against you." "Why?" Song Qingshu did not understand. "Have you forgotten about the 5 treasure flower honey wine that I treated you to at the 5 Immortals sect? After you drink it, you will not have to worry about the poison in my body anymore." The Blue Phoenix smiled sweetly. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The Blue Phoenix's martial arts were not very good. The reason why people in the martial world were afraid of her was because she was good at using poison. If she let him drink the 5 treasure flower honey wine, wouldn't she be defenseless against him? Does she trust me that much? Looking at the Blue Phoenix's charming face, Song Qingshu could not help but think, or is it because of Dongfang Muxue that she loves me and her dog? While Song Qingshu was absent-minded, Wan Gui, who was at the side, saw that the situation was far from good and broke into a run. As he ran, He opened his mouth and was about to call out, "Someone?" Unfortunately, he had just opened his mouth when the remaining words were sealed by Song Qingshu's finger. "You were so powerful in front of sect leader Lan just now. Why are you so cowardly now?" Song Qingshu said mockingly. "Humph." Wan Gui turned his head. Although he was servile in front of the Blue Phoenix for a while, that was based on the premise that he had the hope of getting the antidote. However, he knew that no matter how much he begged, it would be useless. Moreover, he was a very strong person. Naturally, he would not lose face by admitting defeat. Song Qingshu's acupoint sealing technique was extremely brilliant. It only prevented him from shouting loudly, but it was not a problem for him to speak normally. "Sect leader Lan, give him the antidote to suppress the poison first. It won't be fun if he dies so quickly," Song Qingshu said to Indigo Phoenix as he looked at the red line that was almost at Wan Gui's chest. "This person caused you so much trouble. Do you really want to give him the antidote?" Blue Phoenix asked doubtfully. However, she still took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket and passed it over. Feeling the residual warmth of the small porcelain bottle, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Letting him die like this is too easy on him." Indigo Phoenix was stunned. She smiled and said, "That's right. It's too easy for him." The Five Immortals sect that she belonged to was regarded as an evil sect by the people of the righteous path. Naturally, their behavior was also very strange. Thus, she quickly agreed with Song Qingshu's opinion. Song Qingshu walked to Wan Gui's side. He opened the bottle stopper and sprinkled some black powder on the wound on the back of Wan Gui's hand. The antidote was effective. Not long after, black blood slowly seeped out of the wound and dripped onto the ground. As more and more black blood seeped out, the red line on Wan Gui's arm slowly moved down to the crook of his arm and then back to his wrist. Seeing that his life was saved, Wan Gui finally heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. "I have something to ask you," Song Qingshu said. "How did you guys kill Diyun?" This was also the reason why he came to Lin, and to find Wan Gui. Other than avenging himself, he also wanted to seek justice for Diyun. Wan Gui's expression changed. He quickly said, "What Diyun? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you still going to quibble at this time? Taohong has already told you everything." Song Qingshu looked at him coldly. "Taohong?" Wan Gui's heart skipped a beat and he immediately became silent. "Cult leader Lan, you should have a poison that can make people wish they were dead, right? Since young Master Wan is so stubborn, let him suffer a little," said Song Qingshu indifferently when he saw Wan Gui remain silent. The Five Immortals sect may not have other things, but we have all kinds of poisons that can torture people." Although Indigo Phoenix was smiling, her eyes were filled with coldness. One had to know that the way Wan Gui treated her just now had provoked her killing intent. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu, she would have sent him to hell long ago. Seeing Indigo Phoenix's expression, Wan Gui could not help but shudder. He knew that it would not be good for him to fall into this woman's hands. He quickly said, "After my grandfather returned to power, he sent people to find us." Song Qingshu pulled Indigo Phoenix back and listened to him continue. "In addition, we got into some trouble in Jingzhou. Hence, we decided to move our family to Linen and changed our name. It was quite a comfortable life. Who knew that one day, Diyun would come knocking on our door? He said he wanted to see Qi Fang. He and Qi Fang were childhood friends. How could I let him see them and let them rekindle their relationship? However, I don't know what happened to Diyun. He was no longer the silly boy that I threw into jail with a few tricks. Moreover, he was very skilled in martial arts. The experts in the Prime Minister's residence were no match for him. So, I changed my strategy and agreed to let him see Qi Fang to calm him down. Then, I took the opportunity to poison him with the golden ripple flower." Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. He had personally experienced the poison of the golden ripple flower. Even someone of his cultivation level could not withstand it, let alone Di-yun. The golden ripple flower is indeed powerful. Soon, Di-yun died from the poison. Wan Gue had a proud expression as he talked about this. It was obvious that he had used a trick to defeat a martial arts expert. This made him very proud. Brother Di, I should not have let you come alone. Song Qingshu suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, Where did you put Di-yun's body? Body? Wan Gue knew that he had no chance of survival today, so he no longer had any misgivings. He sneered. That stinking brat was a toad lusting for swan meat. He dared to have designs on my wife, and even dared to hit me just because he was skilled in martial arts. This young master killed him. Of course, I chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. What? Song Qingshu flew into a rage and grabbed Wan Gui's neck. He only needed to exert force and he would be able to take Wan Gui's life in an instant. A trace of joy flashed in Wan Gui's eyes. Song Qingshu frowned and instantly understood what Wan Gue was thinking. I know that you want nothing more than for me to kill you and give you a quick death. I have to admit that as a bad person, you do have some awareness of failure. Wan Gue spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and sneered. I'm not a fool. I know that you won't let me go, so why would I beg you? However, this life of mine was worth it. I stole someone else's sweetheart and killed my love rival. Even though I've only lived for 30 years, I've enjoyed all the riches and fortune in the world. Of course, if I killed the invincible Golden Snake King and played with his woman. As he spoke, he glanced at the indigo phoenix with a greedy look in his eyes. That couldn't be more perfect. Who knew that God's plans would go awry? You were poisoned by the golden ripple flower and yet you didn't die. How could you not die? Wan Gui's handsome face became extremely hideous as he spoke. Chapter 1172. Hearing his wife's name, Wan Gui turned around and stared at the door. The door creaked open, and a young woman with a face full of tears walked in. You're still alive? Wan Gui was in disbelief. Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? Qi Fong wiped the tears off her face and bit her lip. The blue phoenix looked at the young woman in front of her in shock. She then looked at Song Qingshu thoughtfully. She seemed to be smiling but she wasn't. Wan Gui's expression changed. Finally, he squeezed out a smile. What are you talking about? I'm happier than anyone that you're safe and sound. Are you still trying to lie to me? Qi Fong said sadly. Tao Hong has already told me everything. You tried to kill your wife just to curry favor. You're despicable and shameless. Wan Gui's face twitched, but his attention was on Tao Hong, whom his wife had mentioned. When he recalled that Song Qingshu had also mentioned her before, he suddenly understood. I was wondering how you could be safe and sound. So it turns out that you've hooked up with that Song fellow. You're really fickle and don't abide by the virtue of a woman. You! Qi Fong was shaking in anger. She was speechless. Song Qingshu did not speak at the side. He wanted Qi Fong to see her husband's true colors. After a long time, Qi Fong took a deep breath, and her rapidly rising and falling chest gradually calmed down. I'm not here to argue with you today. When you arranged for Tao Hong to kill me, the relationship between us as husband and wife has long been severed. I came back this time to take the water spinach away. Secondly, I want to ask. My senior is such a kind and honest person. Why did you treat him so cruelly? Why? Wan Gui laughed. You're asking me why? When the two of you came to the Wan residence, everyone in the residence was mesmerized by your beauty. When I first saw you, I swore to myself that I would get you in this lifetime. Unfortunately, even though I thought I was handsome and had a good family background, I didn't know that you only had eyes for that silly boy. I was so angry when I saw the two of you being so intimate. In order to obtain you, I naturally have to get rid of Di-yun, that stumbling block. That was Junior Marshal Brother Shin's plan. Senior Marshal Brother Zhou and Senior Marshal Brother Bu pretended to be rapists and lured Di Yun into Tao Hong's room to save her. It was Wu Ken who had personally placed the gold and silver artifacts under this silly boy's bed. If we didn't use this trick, how could we have kept you in the Wan residence? Qi Fang felt dizzy and her vision darkened. Her husband's words were like sharp knives stabbing into her heart. She couldn't help but cry out, I've wronged you, I've wronged you. Her body swayed and she was about to fall. Song Qingshu hastily reached out to support her. He heard her say, "When I heard Prince Song talking about this matter, I didn't quite believe it. I thought he was deliberately deceiving me. Now I finally understand that my husband is actually such a despicable and vicious person." Her voice was very bitter. At this moment, Wan Gui's attention was completely focused on Song Qingshu's hand that was supporting her. When he heard his wife talk about other men, his eyes were about to spit fire. "Take your stinky hand off me!" He pretended to pounce on Song Qingshu, but unfortunately, he had been poisoned by the indigo phoenix and was already dizzy. Instead, he fell onto a chair. Song Qingshu ignored him and looked at Qi Fang instead, saying, "It's fine that he plotted against me. For your sake, I can let him go. However, he harmed Di Yun, so I have to avenge Brother Di." Qi Fang bit her lips so hard that it almost bled. Her eyes glistened with tears. "I've let Senior Marshal Brother down. Even if you didn't do anything, I would have avenged him." Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said, "Wan Gui knows that he's going to die, so he can't wait to be freed. Brother Di was harmed so badly by him. Killing him like this would be letting him off too easily. Therefore, I will use other methods to take revenge on him later." Thinking of her childhood sweetheart, Qi Fang glared at Wan Gui with hatred. "You don't have to worry about me at all. You can take revenge however you want." A faint smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face as he said softly, "But I might offend you later. Don't be angry after this." "Of course I won't be angry." Qi Fang was stunned. She thought to herself, "I can't wait to be happy that you've avenged Senior Marshal Brother. Why would I be angry? Remember what you're saying now." Song Qingshu chuckled and walked in front of Wan Gui. He looked down at him from above and said, "Do you want to know why I didn't die after being poisoned by the golden ripple flower?" Wan Gui snorted, but there was a tinge of curiosity in his eyes. The indigo phoenix, who was beside him, also giggled. "Young Master Wan, even I'm curious. I think I'm an expert in using poison, but if I were poisoned by the golden ripple flower, I wouldn't be able to do anything. There's no harm in telling cult leader Lan. Just don't blame me for being rash later." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He then said, "There's no real cure in this world. Although the golden ripple flower is overbearing, there's something that can temporarily restrain its poison." "What is it?" Wan Gui couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu looked behind him. Qi Fang was already blushing. He then said to Wan Gui, "A woman's." Even though he didn't say the last two words loudly, everyone in the room practiced martial arts. Everyone had sharp ears and eyes. They heard it clearly. The indigo phoenix blushed and couldn't help but spit. Wan Gui seemed to have thought of something. He looked at his wife beside him and his expression changed instantly. Song Qingshu didn't seem to know what he was feeling at the moment. He continued, "Back in Yangzhou, I was poisoned by your golden ripple flower. You guys searched the mountains and the seas. I was like a stray dog. However, by chance, I actually boarded your wife's ship. Your wife is really a kind woman. When she saw me in trouble, her heart was moved. By chance, she found out that human milk could restrain the poison in my body. She didn't care about a woman's reputation to detoxify the poison in my body. She really has the heart of a bodhisattva." The more Song Qingshu praised Qi Fang, the angrier Wan Gui felt. He glared at Qi Fang. No man could tolerate his wife using such a method to save another man. Qi Fang was embarrassed and anxious. Why did Song Qingshu say this in front of others? One of them was her husband. Even though the two of them had severed all ties, she still felt strange in her heart. Looking at Wan Gui's ferocious expression, Song Qingshu smiled in satisfaction. He continued, "Maybe God couldn't bear to see you do so many evil things. So you poison me. God arranged for your wife to detoxify me. As the saying goes, Zhou Leng's brilliant plan brought peace to the world. You suffered a double loss." Wan Gui was good at scheming. He quickly understood what Song Qingshu was thinking. It was obvious that Song Qingshu was purposely provoking him. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and pretended to be generous. He said, "Fang Er has always been kind. Even if a dog by the road was hurt, she would help it. Saving you is naturally nothing. Since she has to squeeze out the milk and throw it away, it's not a big deal to give you what she is about to throw out." Song Qingshu smiled strangely. "Did I tell you that she squeezed out the milk and gave it to me? The golden ripple flower's poison is so domineering. The time it takes effect is not fixed. How can she squeeze it out every time?" Wan Gui's expression changed. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Song Qingshu's following words were like a heavy hammer striking his heart. "Your wife has the heart of a bodhisattva. In order to save me, she just let me hug it and drink it." Chapter 1173. Blue Phoenix looked at her with her mouth agape. She thought to herself that this woman looked gentle and quiet on the surface, but she was actually so bold and unrestrained in her bones. "You!" Wan Gui almost fainted from anger. Song Qingshu said coldly, "If I remember correctly, you said that you wanted me to be a green-haired tortoise?" Wan Gui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was just talking dirty in front of Blue Phoenix. He didn't expect the reality to be so ironic. He wanted to do something to express his anger, but he realized that he couldn't do anything. "Qi Fang, come here." Song Qingshu waved at Qi Fang. Qi Fang looked hesitant as she looked at her husband. Although she didn't know what Song Qingshu wanted to do, she had a bad feeling about it. "Come here," Song Qingshu repeated again, his voice filled with an unquestionable meaning. Qi Fang bit her lips, but in the end, she still walked over slowly. She was just about to say something to dissolve the awkwardness when Song Qingshu stretched out his arm and pulled her into his embrace. "Song!" She was shocked. Just as she said one word, her lips were blocked by Song Qingshu. Qi Fang's eyes were wide open. There was only one thought in her mind: how can this be? My husband is still here. Although she had already decided to cut ties with Wan Gui, they had been married for so many years. It wasn't easy to change those subconscious reactions. Qi Fang didn't dare to look at her husband's eyes. She could only close her eyes. However, her slightly trembling eyelashes showed that she wasn't calm. Disobedient, fickle, B***tch. Wan Gui was about to explode, especially when he saw that his wife didn't resist at all. Instead, she closed her eyes and looked like she was enjoying it. Feeling Qi Fang's body tremble, Song Qingshu turned his head to look at Wan Gui, his eyes full of ridicule as he said, "Your first reaction was not to come forward and save your wife, but to insult and blame her. Haha, is it because you know you are not my match, so you can only turn to your weaker wife to cover up your incompetence?" "Of course not, Wan Gui's mind was a mess. He wanted to refute, but his opponent's words were like a knife cutting into his bones. It was as if all his ugliness had been exposed to the sunlight. As the ancient saying goes, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Since you wanted me to be a green-furred tortoise just now, then. Song Qingshu's voice was as cold as ice. Di Yun's tragic death, his own narrow escape from death, and his earlier arrogance, caused old and new hatred to surge in his heart. A trace of ruthlessness surged in his eyes. I can only let you be a green-furred tortoise for once. As soon as he finished speaking, His hand violently reached into Qi Fang's clothes. No. Qi Fang grabbed his hand and looked at him pleadingly. Not here. Killing him would be too easy on him. Don't you want to seek justice for yourself and Diyun? That's the only way to take revenge on him. Song Qinshu pressed her down on the table and looked at her with a burning gaze. He lowered his head and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Senior. Qi Fang bit her lips as she thought about Diyun's tragic ending. She squeezed out a word from her throat, all right? She raised her fair arms and wrapped them around Song Qingshu's neck. Wan Gui's chest heated up as he witnessed this, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Indigo Phoenix was dumbfounded too. She was blushing, but she was secretly impressed. This man is indeed a hero. He's so evil, no wonder Master likes him. Song Qinshu did not intend to let Wan Gui go just like that. He looked at Wan Gui's crotch and mocked. You actually had a reaction when you saw your wife being taken by another man. I don't want to be a man like you. He raised his hand and a shapeless sword aura shot out. Wan Gui screamed in pain and held his legs as blood flowed out uncontrollably. The damage to the man was too great. Wan Gui's screams of pain broke through his sealed acupoints. The guards in the residence were alerted when they heard his screams. Song Qinshu knew it was about time when he heard countless people rushing over. He went over to help Qi Fang tidy up her messy dress gently and carried her in his arms. Qi Fang's cheeks were flushed and she did not dare to look at anyone else. She buried her face in Song Qingshu's chest and acted like an ostrich that did not care about what was going on outside. Hugging Qi Fang, Song Qingshu said to Wan Gui, "Today is the first day of revenge. Rest well. I'll come and find you next time." Demon, you're a demon. Wan Gui rolled around in a pool of blood. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or fear, but his handsome face had completely changed shape. Demon? Song Qinshu stopped and left behind a sentence. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Those who respect others will be respected. Those who don't respect others will receive a taste of their own medicine. When he finished the last word, he had already disappeared from the room with Qi Fang and the Indigo Phoenix. Soon, Ma Chi Wu rushed over with some people. Seeing Wan Gui's miserable state, he was shocked and angry. Go find a doctor. No, take my name card and summon the imperial physician. Grr, who did this to you? Grandpa will take revenge for you. Ma Chi Wu hugged Wan Gui with a murderous look on his face. He didn't like Wan Jinshan, the bastard son, but this grandson of his, Wan Gui's, handsome appearance and meticulous shrewdness, was very much to his liking. For the past 2 years, he had been deliberately grooming Wan Gui, and had even planned to use him to form a marriage alliance with a wealthy family in the capital, who knew that Wan Gui would be tortured into a cripple tonight. Naturally, the marriage alliance was ruined. How could he take this lying down? Song Qinshu, it's Song Qinshu. He's back for revenge. He's back for revenge. Wan Gui cried out in shock. His whole body trembled violently, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Ma Chi Wu's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand to signal his subordinates to leave. When only the grandfather and grandson were left in the room, he asked with a serious face, "Didn't Song Qinshu die from the golden ripple flower? How could it be him?" "It's absolutely true. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes." Wan Gui's voice was still trembling as he roughly recounted what had just happened. However, he deliberately omitted the part that involved his wife, Qi Fang. After all, such a matter was a great humiliation to a man. Even his closest family member would be unable to speak of it. "Grandpa, you must take revenge for your grandson." Ma Chi Wu didn't immediately respond. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Gui, pretend this matter never happened. Do not mention to anyone that you saw Song Qinshu today." "Why?" Wan Gui looked at him in disbelief. He was so agitated that blood spurted out from between his legs. He had originally thought that although his martial arts were inferior to Song Qingshu's, he had the backing of the Prime Minister. Using the power of the government, he would definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. Who knew that his grandfather would pour a bucket of cold water on his head? Today, the hand-drawn versions of the women that had appeared in the recent chapters were published on the official account. Many people were dissatisfied with Xiaolong news pictures. Speaking of which, are they that bad? I clearly feel that they are quite beautiful and fairy-like. Chapter 1174. Machi Ruo stood up and gazed towards the distant imperial palace. During this period of time, Song Qingshu's life and death has already become the focus of all the various powers. Everyone is fighting over it, so we cannot let some people know that Song Qingshu is still alive at this critical moment, at least not during this period of time. Otherwise, it will ruin our great plans. Wan Gui almost cried. He was already in such a miserable state, yet he could not take his revenge openly. There were a few moments when he could not help but tell the truth about what had happened tonight, but when he thought of Machi Ruo's usual treacherous personality, he forcibly held back the impulse. In Machi Ruo's heart, only power was the most important, nothing else could be mentioned in the same breath. The impact of what had happened in Yangzhou this time was extremely great. The people in the imperial court, led by Han Xingzhou, had brought up an impeachment against Machi Ruo. Those princesses of the washing clothes brothel who had previously received favors from Song Qingshu were also causing a ruckus in the inner palace. Coupled with the Golden Snake Camp's unusual movements in the north, the surrounding countries had all sent envoys over to pressure the southern Song dynasty. Machi Ruo's current situation was extremely bad. However, Machi Ruo's relationship with Zhao Go had always been better. Not only did Li Keqiu attach herself to Zhao Go with the land of Jianghuai, she had also sent people to escort her daughter to Lin An to offer her as a concubine. These were all solid gains, so Zhao Go had tacitly approved of her previous actions. No matter how fierce the attacks of those political enemies were, Machi Ruo remained unmoved. Of course, all of this was built on the premise that Song Qingshu was already dead. No matter how powerful the world-renowned Golden Snake King was, he was just a fleeting cloud after his death. Many people would not continue to fight for a dead person. But if Song Qingshu was still alive, then the entire situation would change. Those political enemies would have enough reason to persevere, and some of the neutral parties would also waver. Moreover, Song Qingshu himself was the most troublesome enemy. At that time, Machi Ruo could not be more clear about whether Zhao Go would still help her withstand the pressure. Machi Ruo had been in and out of the political scene for many years. When she heard the news that Song Qingshu was still alive, she quickly thought of a solution in her panic. As long as she suppressed this news for a while, when Li Keqiu's daughter officially entered the palace in 2 days, then what was done could not be undone. She would completely bind Zhao Go to her. The completion of the marriage meant that Li Keqiu had completely submitted, and all of this originally belonged to Song Qingshu and the Golden Snake Camp. This way, the southern Song dynasty and the Golden Snake Camp would have an irreconcilable conflict. Especially that Miss Li from the Li family did not hesitate to sacrifice her daughter's reputation to save him. The two of them must have had an affair long ago. When Song Qingshu found out about all of this, how could he let it go? Even if Song Qingshu weighed the pros and cons and was willing to let it go, how could the soldiers under him endure this? How could he convince the people in the future? Song Qingshu, as a hero of a region, was already in a difficult position, let alone Zhao Go, as the emperor of the Song dynasty. It was impossible for the emperor to be wrong. Even if he was wrong, he would not admit it. When the time came for the dignity of the royal family, even if Zhao Go knew it was inappropriate, he would still brace himself, Just like how he killed Yu Fei back then. Looking at Wan Gui's dejected look, Ma Chi-Rua consoled him. Don't worry, I will secretly send experts to hunt down Song Qingshu and avenge you. Wan Gui smiled bitterly, thinking that Song Qingshu's martial arts were unparalleled. Without using the power of the government, how could a few experts be a match for him? However, he did not dare to say this out loud. He could only pretend to be touched and said, "Thank you, grandfather." Song Qingshu brought Qi Fang and Indigo Phoenix to meet up with Zhou Zhirua outside the Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Zhirua saw that there was an additional woman beside her husband and could not help but be stunned. Song Qingshu quickly introduced the two women to each other. Indigo Phoenix smiled and said, "I have long heard that sect leader Amei Zhou defeated many heroes in the Shaolin Temple. You have really brought glory to us girls." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the baby in Zhou Zhirua's arms. She was secretly shocked. Song Qingshu and her have a child already? I have to tell Master about this when I return. Zhou Zhirua had always been good at reading people's expressions. She noticed Indigo Phoenix's gaze and immediately understood what was going on. She returned the water spinach to Qi Fang and smiled as she replied, "I have long heard of the name of sect leader Lan of the Five Immortals sect. I did not expect you to be such a charming beauty." Indigo Phoenix then realized that the baby was Qi Fang's child. She could not help but secretly sigh in relief for Dongfang Muxue. Looking at her daughter sleeping soundly, Qi Fang's tears uncontrollably slid down her cheeks. "Water Spinach, it's all Mother's fault that your ill-fated Uncle Water Spinach ended up in such a miserable state." Song Qingshu's face was also gloomy. "Di Yun, I will make Wan Gui beg for death to comfort your soul in heaven." "What Wan Gui said just now might not be the truth," Indigo Phoenix suddenly said. Song Qingshu and Qi Fang looked at her at the same time. Indigo Phoenix continued to say, "The golden rippling flower is extremely poisonous. The body of the person who was poisoned is also poisonous. Even if you touch it accidentally, you will be poisoned. Who would dare to chop his body into pieces? Let alone let the dogs eat it? Senior brother is not dead yet." Qi Fang wiped her tears and asked in surprise. Indigo Phoenix shook her head. From Wan Gui's reaction just now, young Hero D should be dead. However, his body might not be damaged yet. Song Qingshu frowned and said in a deep voice, "Wait for me." As soon as he finished his sentence, he returned to the Wan residence. Indigo Phoenix could not help but exclaim, "Prince Song's Qing Gong now might not even be comparable to Master at his peak." Zhou Zhirua could not help but frown as she thought of the beautiful lady in the Forbidden City. Not long after, Song Qingshu came out again. He was holding on to a man who was dressed like a guard. He said in a deep voice, "After they killed Di Yun, they abandoned him in the forest at the outskirts of the city. This man will lead us to him." Song Qingshu did not look for Wan Gui this time. Although Wan Gui was bad to the core, he was still strong-willed. It would not be easy to find out the whereabouts of Di Yun's body from him. Moreover, Song Qingshu did not want to destroy Wan Gui so quickly. He could only destroy a person by giving him hope and making him despair. Therefore, he found another confidant of Wan Gui and performed the soul transfer technique on him to find out the whereabouts of Di Yun. Just in case, it was better to capture him to lead the way. Hearing the commotion in the Prime Minister's residence getting louder and louder, it was obvious that many experts and guards were rushing in this direction. Indigo Phoenix was impressed. Wan Gui's shrill scream had alerted the guards in the Prime Minister's residence. Now, the Prime Minister's residence was heavily guarded. Song Qingshu had brought a person back as though he had entered an uninhabited place. With someone leading the way, the group soon found the location of Di Yun's body. Song Qingshu sighed faintly as he noticed that all the plants within 3 meters had withered and there were no snakes, insects, rats or ants. Looking at the yellowed ground in front of her, Qi Fang seemed to feel something. She bit her lips and wanted to dig it up. Chapter 1175. Perhaps the poison of the golden rippling flower was too strong, but Di Yun's appearance was still the same as when he was alive. There were no signs of damage at all. Senior brother. Chi Fong choked when she saw the familiar face. She wanted to pounce on him but was stopped by Indigo Phoenix and Zhou Zhiruo. Senior brother, it's all my fault. Chi Fong slumped to the ground and started sobbing. Take care of her. I'll be back soon. After Song Qinshu gave his orders, he flew towards Linen City like a wisp of green smoke. My condolences. Zhou Zhiruo was touched by the deep friendship between them. She stroked Chi Fong's hair and comforted her. Indigo Phoenix squatted down and comforted her. After a while, Song Qinshu returned with a heavy coffin on his shoulder. We can't let Brother Di's body be exposed in the wilderness. Let's bury him first. Song Qinshu said in a deep voice. Chi Fong's eyes were red from crying. She nodded and made way for him. Zhou Zhiruo was shocked when she saw Song Qinshu reaching out to carry Di Yun, who was buried in the soil. Be careful. Song Qinshu shook his head. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of the golden rippling flower anymore. Moreover, I should send Brother Di off for the last time. Di Yun was staying in his hometown in Hemp Creek Shop. If Song Qinshu had not brought him out, he would not have ended up like this. Song Qinshu felt guilty when he thought of this. Chi Fong choked when she saw Song Qinshu carrying Di Yun out of the mud pit despite the dirt and poison. Thank you. Song Qinshu sighed. He cleaned up Di Yun's body and changed him into new clothes. Finally, he placed him in the coffin gently. Just as he was planning to find a good place to bury him, Chi Fong opened her mouth and said, I want to help Senior Brother's coffin to be buried in our hometown. Senior Brother, he must want to go back to Hemp Creek Shop the most. Song Qinshu originally wanted to dissuade her, but when he heard the latter part of her sentence, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He gave up the idea of persuading her. That's good too. Fallen leaves return to their root. You should go back, but you have to take care of the child alone. Don't worry, I'm also a Jianghu person. Moreover, little sister Zhiruo has taught me the martial arts of the Amei faction, Chi Fong said with her lips pursed. At this time, Indigo Phoenix said, This time, a few sisters from the cult came to Lin and with me. Originally, I was going to send them back to the headquarters in Yunnan to handle some matters. Since it's on the way to Hemp Creek Shop, I'll let them accompany Miss Chi so that we can look after each other on the way. Just as Chi Fong was about to decline, Song Qinshu decided for her and said, That's great. It's settled then. Chi Fong had no choice but to say, Thank you and thank you, cult leader Lan. Everything that had happened tonight had really taken a huge toll on her mind. Now that she had relaxed, her vision immediately darkened and she fainted. Fortunately, Song Qinshu, who was next to her, had sharp eyes and quick hands and caught her. Facing Zhou Zhiruo and Indigo Phoenix's concerned gaze, Song Qinshu checked her pulse and answered, I'm fine. I'm just overjoyed and sorrowful. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Only then did the two women heave a sigh of relief. Indigo Phoenix said, My place of residence is not far from the city. Let's go there and settle these first. Looking at the coffin, Song Qinshu nodded and said, That's good too. This thing is too conspicuous. It's not convenient to bring it in and out of Linen City. Subsequently, Song Qinshu carried the coffin, Zhou Zhiruo carried the water spinach, and Indigo Phoenix supported Chi Fong. The group of them left the forest quietly. As for the guard who was captured to lead the way, Song Qinshu had already interrogated him and found out that he was one of Di Yun's accomplices. Therefore, he left him in the pit that Di Yun was in previously. Cult leader Lan, how did you get caught by Wan Gui? Song Qinshu finally had the time to ask about some things. Don't call me cult leader Lan. If that person finds out, I'll be in deep trouble. Indigo Phoenix smiled coquettishly. Just call me Little Phoenix from now on. Song Qinshu knew that she was talking about Dongfang Mushu. As Indigo Phoenix was Dongfang Mushue's concubine, there was no need for him to be distant with her. All right then. Little Phoenix, how did you get caught by Wan Gui? Hearing that he had changed the way he addressed her, Indigo Phoenix smiled happily. However, when she heard his doubts, she said in a depressed tone, "It's all because of you, my enemy." Noticing the coldness hidden in Zhou Zhiruo's smile, Song Qinshu smiled embarrassedly and said, "Little Phoenix, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want." Indigo Phoenix looked at Zhou Zhiruo and smiled. "It's my master. She heard that something happened to you and killed a few eunuchs in a rage." At this point, Song Qinshu frowned. He was bothered by Dongfang Mushue's behavior. However, she was the cult leader of the demonic cult and had developed a ruthless personality. Indigo Phoenix continued, "She wanted to go down south personally, but now that the imperial court and the 3 border defenses are at war, if she were to leave, the imperial court would be without a leader and Wu Sangue would be able to take over. By then, all your hard work over the years would go down the drain. Master said that you're blessed and you won't die so easily. If she were to come back safely and find out that she had lost her base, who knows how she would blame her." Song Qinshu nodded. "She did a good job. If she were to abandon the big picture, I would be crying right now." Indigo Phoenix smiled. "Master also said that you would understand her." "Oh yes, Fei Yan was crying and asking to see you. However, she is Master's right-hand man now. Now that the war is in a critical situation, many things can't be done without her. Coincidentally, I'm quite free and I'm good at using poison. Hence, Master sent me down south to look for you. At the same time, I wanted to see if I could find the antidote for the golden ripple flower." Thinking about Chu Fian, the weird little girl, Song Qinshu felt a sense of warmth in his heart. "I thought that since Wan Gui was the one who used the golden ripple flower, I should get the antidote from him. Hence, I snuck into the Prime Minister's residence under the cover of the night. However, I didn't expect that brat to be so cunning. He even set up a trap in the bedroom. I wasn't paying attention and fell into the trap. You know what happened after that." Indigo Phoenix was enraged as she talked about it. She was a terrifying presence in the martial world. She didn't expect to fall into the hands of a playboy. If it wasn't for Song Qinshu, she might have lost her chastity. By then, she would be too ashamed to continue living. Looking at her pouting and sulking, Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. "Oh yes, you just came from Beijing. You should be clear about the recent situation. How's the situation at the Golden Snake Camp after I got into trouble?" Chapter 1176. The Golden Snake Camp isn't doing too well. Indigo Phoenix's first sentence made Song Qinshu worried. Not long after the incident, Li Keqiu spread the news and led the army north to annex the territory of the Golden Snake Camp. Fortunately, the 9th Princess, Qingqing, and the others managed it well and stopped Li Keqiu's attack in time. However, when the news of the incident spread, the morale of the Golden Snake Camp began to waver. Indigo Phoenix continued. Song Qinshu cursed inwardly. Usually, he ran all over the world like a mysterious dragon. Usually, he let Audiobook disguise himself to be in charge of the Golden Snake Camp. Now that this matter had happened, the matter of disguising himself as a substitute would probably be exposed. The 9th Princess appeared in the face of the Golden Snake Camp and managed to stabilize the morale of the army. However, after a long time, the intelligence from all sides will inevitably make people suspicious. According to the latest news, the 9th Princess can't control the situation any longer. She can only defend and resist the attack of Li Keqiu's army. Indigo Phoenix was Dongfang Mushue's confidant, so she obviously knew about the disguise. "It seems that I have to go back as soon as possible." Although he did not witness it, Song Qinshu could imagine how anxious Jiu and Xia Qingqing were during this period of time. On one hand, they had to worry about their own lives, and on the other hand, they had to resist the fierce attacks of the veteran General Li Kexio. What about Jia Sherdao? Zhou Zhirua had already learned about the identity of the young master in the luxurious gown from Song Qinshu. She also knew what Song Qinshu had seen and heard in the Jia's mansion. What a headache! Song Qinshu frowned. If he just left and the Jia's mansion found out that Jia Baoyu was missing, wouldn't there be an uproar? It wouldn't be long before Jia Baoyu's death was found out. By then, wouldn't the person who impersonated Jia Baoyu be the biggest suspect? Although Song Qinshu's disguise was secretive, there was no such thing as an impostor. Jia Sherdao was the third most powerful person in the southern Song dynasty and could mobilize the power of the entire country. Plus, the Isle of Heroes was a super-intelligence organization that knew everything in the Jianghu. Song Qinshu never underestimated the intelligence of his enemies. He believed that Jia Sherdao would find out about him sooner or later. Now, he and the Prime Minister Machi Sual were already at each other's throats, and the Golden Snake Camp was also fighting fiercely with Li Kexio. If such a powerful enemy like Jia Sherdao were to appear out of nowhere, wouldn't it mean that he would completely break with the Southern Song dynasty? Previously, he hadn't been in a hurry to kill Wan Gui and Machi Chen. Apart from torturing them slowly, another reason was their identities. After all, Machi Chen was the prime minister of the Southern Song dynasty. He represented the face of the imperial court. If he killed them directly, how could the Southern Song dynasty let the matter rest? Therefore, Song Qinshu planned to torture Wan Gui while using political means to oust Machi Ju from his position as prime minister. Once he was no longer the prime minister of the Southern Song dynasty, it wouldn't cause any disturbance even if he were to be killed or dismembered. However, if Jia Sherdao and Machi Chen were forced to join forces to deal with him, the power of the two would be enough to influence the Southern Song dynasty's policy. By then, his enemy would not be Machi Chen, but the entire Southern Song dynasty. Song Qinshu's main enemy was the unprecedentedly powerful Mongolia. He didn't want to have an internal conflict between the Han people first. Moreover, the Golden Snake Camp might not be able to deal with both Li Kexio and the Southern Song dynasty at the same time. I shouldn't have disguised myself as Jia Baoyu. Song Qinshu regretted it. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do at the time. If he hadn't disguised himself as Jia Baoyu, he would have died on the island. He wouldn't have had the chance to learn the Taishin Sutra, let alone return to the Central Plains. Soon, they arrived at the secret base of the Five Immortals sect. After putting down Diyun's coffin and putting Qi Fang to sleep, Song Qinshu told Zhou Zhirua about his thoughts. Zhou Zhirua frowned and said, "Yes, we have to think of a foolproof plan." The Indigo Phoenix, who was at the side, laughed. "Both of you don't have to frown so much. Everything has its pros and cons. Although impersonating Jia Baoyu is risky, his special identity can bring immeasurable benefits if it is used well." Song Qinshu smiled bitterly and said, "I know that, but the Golden Snake Camp is in a critical situation. I have to go there as soon as possible." Zhou Zhirua said, "How about this? We will stay in Lin and for 2 more days and see if we can find a way to make the best of both worlds. If it doesn't work, we will pretend to be Jia Baoyu and run away from home." "That's the only way." Song Qinshu nodded. "Jiu and Qingqing should be able to hold on for 1 or 2 days. I have been out for a long time. I have to go back to the Jia residence to avoid being exposed." Song Qinshu looked at Qi Fang, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and said to Indigo Phoenix, "Little Phoenix, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Qi Fang. If there's any news, go to the Red Sleeve courtyard in the city to look for Zhirua." Blue Phoenix smiled sweetly and said, "Don't worry, I will send young master's little lover home safely." Song Qinshu blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. She is a married woman." Blue Phoenix pouted. She thought to herself, "Why didn't you think that Zhou Zhirua was married when you pressed her down on the table?" However, she wouldn't bring it up in front of Zhou Jiruo. Hence, she smiled ambiguously. Song Qingshu brought Zhou Jiruo to Lin and City awkwardly. On the way, Zhou Jiruo asked thoughtfully, "Did something happen in the Prime Minister's residence? Why do I feel that all of you have such strange expressions? As the saying went, if you confess, you will be lenient. If you resist, you will be sent home for the new year." Song Qingshu did not dare to tell her the truth, and could only reply casually. Fortunately, Zhou Jiruo did not continue to ask. Instead, she sighed and said, "Jiao and Qingqing have to take care of the Golden Snake Camp and fight on the battlefield. It has been hard on them these days." "That's right." Song Qingshu also let out a long sigh. "Sometimes, I feel like I'm too irresponsible as a hands-off boss. I let you handle all the tedious government affairs, but I'm free and unfettered outside." Zhou Jiruo held his hand and said softly, "Qingshu, why do you have to belittle yourself? Others don't know, but do you think that we sisters don't know your hard work? If it wasn't for you maneuvering around the various countries, how could the Golden Snake Camp have such a good external situation and develop in peace? How could the Qin Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom be secretly controlled by us? Although you would hook up with some women everywhere you went, I turned a blind eye to you because you've been dancing on a tightrope." Song Qingshu was surprised. "Jiruo, I didn't know you were so magnanimous." Zhou Jiruo rolled her eyes at him and said, "If I'm not magnanimous, do you think you won't fool around? It's better to be magnanimous than to be disliked by others because of jealousy. Of course, if you just want to be a sect leader or something, I will never allow you to find another woman. But now that you want to conquer the world, it's the time when you need all kinds of help. As long as it can help you conquer the world, it's okay to have more sisters. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've dreamed of being an empress since I was a child." Song Qingshu smiled and reached out to hold her slender waist. "Aren't you afraid that directly saying what you want will arouse my disgust?" Chapter 1177. The husband and wife chatted openly along the way. They felt that the faint estrangement between them had completely disappeared. A genuine smile also appeared on Zhou Jiruo's usually cold face. Because they had been out for too long, Song Qingshu hurried to the Jia residence after sending Zhou Jiruo back to the Hongxiu courtyard. Looking at his back as he left, Zhou Jiruo suddenly thought of the overbearing woman in the Forbidden City. She could not help but have a headache. She was really a strong opponent. Dongfang Muxue had the help of Blue Phoenix Chu Fian, and Ajiu had Xia Qingqing. If they really fought in the future, she would not have any advantage. Thinking of the friendship between Ajiu and Xia Qingqing, Zhou Jiruo could not help but feel a little jealous. She wondered how she could find such a close sister. Speaking of which, Ajiu and Xia Qingqing were love rivals like fire and water. She did not expect them to be so close as if they were one person. Zhou Jiruo began to think about who among the many beauties around her husband could become her close comrade. She did not know why, but when the name of Zhao Min suddenly jumped out, her expression instantly became extremely strange. She hurriedly spat, "Bah, why did I think of her?" This made her instantly lose interest in thinking about anything else. She returned to her room with a cold face. Song Qingshu changed into Jia Baoyu's appearance and rushed all the way back to the Jia residence. He found that Shiren and the other servant girls were still asleep. He could not help but secretly sigh in relief. Only then did he feel relieved and lay down on the bed. He kept thinking about how to return to the Golden Snake Camp and not be discovered by the people of the Jia residence. Unfortunately, he could not think of any way. Coupled with the fact that he was too tired after a busy night, he unknowingly fell asleep. As the sun rose in the east, Song Qingshu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and saw Shiren standing by the bed with a smile. "Young master, you are awake?" Shiren said as she intended to help Song Qingshu dress. "No need, I can do it myself." Song Qingshu knew that she had always been careful. He was worried that she would notice that his physical characteristics were different from Jia Baoyu's, so he did not dare to let her help him dress. Hearing his words, Shirin showed a trace of doubt, but soon returned to normal. She said, "The hot water is ready. I will bring it right away." When Song Qingshu washed his face, he deliberately blocked Shirin's view. He was worried about the mask on his face, so he only wiped his face with a towel. Unexpectedly, Shirin suddenly said, "Why do I feel that you seem to be a different person this time?" "Heart," Song Qingshu asked in a deep voice, "young master seems to have changed this time." Using the soul transfer technique on Shirin would have saved him a lot of trouble, but there were many masters in the Jia's mansion, especially Jia Sherdao, who was very secretive. He was worried that someone would see through Shirin, so he was hesitant to do it. Young master wasn't as cold as he used to be. Every time he got up, he would hug the maids' cheeks and nibble on their rouge. Shirin said with a red face. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sweat. The rumors were indeed true. This Jia Baoyu really grew up surrounded by women. After casually saying a few words, Song Qingshu was about to go out. He knew that there were so many acquaintances in the Jia's mansion. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would soon be seen through. Unexpectedly, when Shirin heard that he was going out, she was so scared that her face turned pale. "You can't do that. Master has specially passed down an order that you are not allowed to go out these days. If you go out, it would be strange if we, the maids, are not beaten to death." Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache coming on. Then he remembered that Jia Sherdao had said something similar to him the night before. The main thing was that he hadn't found out who the mastermind of the assassination was, and he was worried that Jia Sherdao would be in danger again. But when he thought about how he had to stay in the garden to deal with a bunch of women who were familiar with Jia Baoyu, Song Qingshu felt his head swell even more. But he couldn't force his way out. First, it would cause too much of a commotion. Second, he couldn't bear to harm a bunch of innocent maids. Just when he didn't know what to do, a man's voice suddenly came from the gate of the garden. "Baoyu, Baoyu, I'll take you out to have some fun." The man's voice was very loud, and his tone was very rude. The maids in the room were all startled. Even Shirin couldn't help but curl her lips and murmur in a low voice, "Local bully is here." "Local bully?" Shirin's voice was very low. Even if he was next to her, he might not have been able to hear it. But with his current cultivation, even the sound of a mosquito landing on the ground couldn't escape his ears. Song Qingshu wasn't very familiar with Dream of the Red Chamber, but he vaguely remembered such a unique character. Local bully Shui Pan, Shui Baochai's brother. Because his father died when he was young, and his widowed mother spoiled him, all he could do was play cockfighting, ride horses and go sightseeing. Although he had gone to school, he only knew a few words. However, he was most famous for being envious of the cold prince, Lu Xianglian's good looks, and had developed evil intentions towards him. In the end, he was beaten into a pig's head. Although Lu Xianglian's name was feminine, he was a genuine man. As Song Qingshu was lost in thought, the man walked in. As soon as he entered, he pulled Song Qingshu out. "Let's go. There's a game outside and you're the only one left." Song Qingshu looked at the man, and noticed that he had handsome eyebrows and bright eyes. He had a dignified appearance, which was to be expected. After all, he was Shui Baochai's brother. How could his appearance be lacking? But for some reason, he exuded a wretched and roguish aura from head to toe. What a waste of his good looks! Shirin, who was standing to the side, grew anxious. She stepped forward and pulled Song Qingshu back. "Young Master Shui, Master has given strict orders not to let you out. Aren't you making things difficult for us?" Shui Pan's eyes roamed over Shirin's body, and she couldn't help but shrink back. He chuckled, "Hey, I was wondering what was going on. Don't worry, I've already spoken to my aunt. She's already agreed." Xue Pan and Xue Baochai's mother were sisters, both from the Lynch Wang clan. Her brother was the current imperial commander, Wang Ziting, which was why Xue Pan addressed Jia Baoyu's mother as his aunt. Song Qingshu was secretly delighted. He had been worried that he wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to go out. Now that local bully had come knocking on his door, Song Qingshu didn't care whether he was telling the truth or not. He immediately put his arm around Xue Pan's shoulder and walked out of the residence, leaving Shiren staring at him alone. In truth, Song Qingshu had wrongly blamed Xue Pan. Xue Pan had indeed asked Madame Wang for her permission, and she had indeed agreed. The reason for this was that the guests were all sons of high-ranking officials. Madame Wang wanted Jia Baoyu to become familiar with them, as it would be beneficial for her in the future. After leaving the Jia residence, Song Qingshu was thinking of finding an opportunity to shake Xue Pan off. Unexpectedly, a group of people was already waiting outside. When they saw them, the two leading the group came up to greet them, Brother Jia, Brother Xue. Song Qingshu raised his head and saw that one of them was extraordinarily valiant, while the other had the appearance of a boy and a girl. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. If it weren't for his rich experience in the pugilistic world, he might have thought that the person before him was a girl in disguise. He didn't know them, and he was worried that he would give himself away, so he just went along with what they were saying. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had already mastered the art of dealing with people. As they walked and chatted, he quickly figured out who they were. The valiant man was called Feng Ziying, the son of the mighty general Feng Tang. Feng Tang was the commander of the Sun Holding and the Sky Martial armies, and he was a powerful figure in the front of the palace. The man with the appearance of a girl was called Lu Xianglian, the one who had beaten Xue Pan half to death in the original novel of Dream of the Red Chamber. His father was the supervising censor, Lu Qingda. The imperial censor system of the southern Song dynasty was divided into three parts: the imperial censor, the palace censor, and the imperial censor. Lu Qingda was the head of the imperial censor. Although Lu Xianglian looked feminine and came from a family of civil officials, he liked to play with swords since he was a child, so he had always been close to the children of the generals in Jing City. Even Song Qingshu had to admit that Lu Xianglian's kung fu was quite good. At the very least, he would have no problem roaming the pugilistic world. Jia Sherdao is indeed powerful. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. Of course, he wouldn't be so naive to think that these young people were just friends. They must have been from the same family, which was why they were allowed to hang out with each other. Jia Baoyu's father was the privy commissioner, Xue Pan's father Xue Ji was the advisor, Feng Ziying's father was the general, and Lu Xianglian's father was the supervising censor. They had people in the military, the government, and the imperial censor. I've booked a table at Luelu. Let's go there to drink and chat. Feng Ziying laughed heartily and pulled the few of them to Luelu in a grandiose manner. At that moment, somewhere in Lin-an, a beautiful girl was looking around the bustling city. She couldn't help but exclaim, Lin-an is even more prosperous than the most prosperous city in the Jin Kingdom. A strong old man with a high nose and deep eyes next to her twitched his eyelids. He couldn't help but say, Young lady, the Song people hate the Jin people to the bone. You keep talking about the Jin Kingdom. Be careful. The girl curled her lips and said, What's there to be afraid of? The Song people are all weak sheep. They wouldn't dare to touch me even if they had 10 gut. The tall old man chuckled and said, Yu Fei is also a Song person. Didn't he beat you guys to death? The girl didn't know what to say. After a while, she snorted and said, Back then, Xiang Yu didn't have to commit suicide because he had Fanzing. Now, the Song people don't have to destroy themselves because they have Yu Fei. It proves that the Song people are useless. Sooner or later, this great country will belong to the Jin Kingdom. The tall old man's face twitched. He said gloomily, You are so heartless. We don't know if Song Qingshu is still alive. Why don't you worry at all? The girl smiled and said, Because I believe in him. He is so smart and so capable. I'm sure he can turn this into a blessing. The tall old man looked worried. He said, I'm not as optimistic as you. I'm not sure if I can cure the poison of the golden ripple flower. The beautiful girl was surprised. Even Tong Tong's western poison can't be cured? The tall old man said proudly, There's no poison in this world that I can't cure. But I've only heard of the golden ripple flower. I need to see it with my own eyes to make a correct judgment. How about this? I'll go and find out the news first. You wait for me at Luelu by the West Lake. With that, a white shadow flashed and disappeared. Chapter 1178. However, when she thought of Song Qingshu's abilities, the bright and beautiful young woman's mood instantly became better. Back then, he was able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand in Jin Kingdom. How could this little crisis be difficult for him? Her entire spirit instantly became better. Ever since Song Qingshu's mishap, his family and friends were all worried. Most people were pessimistic about whether or not he would be able to get out of danger. They didn't expect that she, a friend who wasn't that close to Song Qingshu, guessed closer to the truth. The bright and beautiful young woman was attracted by the bustle of Linen City and bounced around the stalls on the side of the street. Very quickly, the people nearby noticed this young woman who was like a little fairy. The women revealed envious gazes while the men stared unblinkingly. The bright and beautiful young woman slightly furrowed her brows. Although she was a bit playful, being the focus of everyone's gazes, how could she have any interest in shopping? She pouted and snorted before turning around to leave. Because she used her qinggong, the people nearby only felt their eyes blur for a moment before they lost sight of her. The men in the crowd all sighed in unison. Humph, all the stinky men in the world are the same, disgusting. Because of her mother's misfortune a few years ago, the bright and beautiful young woman didn't have a good impression of men. Forget it. Let's go to Luelu first and wait for Western poison. If someone were to observe from a high place, they would discover that the young woman was like a butterfly dancing in a cluster of flowers. Linen City was one of the most prosperous cities in Tianxia City. The sea of people on the street was a bit exaggerated, but it wasn't an exaggeration to say that people were rubbing shoulders. However, when the young woman passed through the crowd, no one was able to touch her body. When she entered Luelu, she was thinking of a question. Should I find a scarf to cover my face? Back then, her mother suffered misfortune because of her own beauty. Therefore, she was much more mature than normal young women in this aspect at a young age. Isn't this little sister Zhongjie? It truly is fate that brings us together from thousands of miles away. A teasing voice suddenly came from not far away. Although the tone was a bit strange, the voice was extremely moving. The beautiful girl was none other than Wanyan Zhongjie of the Jin Kingdom. When the news of Song Qingshu's death spread, people like Ajiu, Xia Qingqing, and Dongfang Muxue were not the only ones who were worried. The women of the Jin Kingdom, who were led by Gu Bai, also turned pale. They even had the thought of sending troops to Yangzhou. Fortunately, Ouyang Feng was calm enough to dissuade the group of crazy women at the critical moment. They also realized that if Song Qingshu was fine, he would expose his deliberately hidden strength in advance. After some discussion, they decided to send Ouyang Feng to Jiangnan to investigate the whereabouts of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was in danger because he was poisoned, and Ouyang Feng, nicknamed the Western Poison, was the most suitable candidate. The women were also prepared to come, but Gubai needed to use Wanyan Shui's appearance to keep watch in the palace. Tajkis had to pretend to be Tang Quobian, Wanyan Ping had to stay in the palace to look after her sister, and Pu Cha and Xiao Chao were not considered on the same side. In the end, Wanyan Zhongjie volunteered to come. First, Wanyan Zhongjie's martial arts were not bad, and she was also quick-witted. To a certain extent, she could be Ouyang Feng's assistant. Second, Wanyan Zhongjie and her daughter had taken Song Qingshu's 3 corpses brain divine pill. If Song Qingshu died, the two of them would not live either. Therefore, among the people in the world who did not want Song Qingshu to die the most, she was definitely at the top. After some discussion, the women finally decided to send her to accompany Ouyang Feng to rescue Song Qingshu. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Wanyan Zhongjie looked towards the direction of the voice and saw an extraordinarily handsome young master sitting near the window, gently fanning himself with a folding fan. The fan in his hand had a handle made of white jade, and the hand holding the handle was so white that it was almost transparent. 2 wretched-looking old men stood by his side, their eyes shining brightly. Obviously, they were top-notch experts. Wanyan Zhongjie groaned inwardly. How could it be so coincidental to run into this woman here? Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Wanyan Zhongjie cupped her hands and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a chopstick suddenly stuck into the pillar in front of her, forcing her to stop in her tracks. The jade-like young master picked up the teapot and began to pour tea. Only when the teapot was full did he chuckle and say, "If you've mistaken me for someone else, how would Miss Zhongjie know that I'm a young lady?" Wanyan Zhongjie wanted to slap herself on the head, but she also knew that even if she didn't have this flaw, the young master would still use other reasons to stay here. She rolled her eyes and turned around to look at the young master. Smiling, she said, "Elder Sister Zhao, you are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with an insensible little girl like me." It turned out that this jade-like young master was the Mongolian princess Xiaomin. Recently, she had been tracking down Murong Jingyue's whereabouts in an attempt to remove the 3 corpses' divine pill from her body. Unfortunately, she didn't find anything in the Jin Kingdom. Later, she also couldn't find Murong Jingyue in another possible location. Just as she was about to go to the last place to search, she coincidentally ran into her elder brother, Wang Baobao. Hearing Wang Baobao call Song Qingshu brother-in-law and praise him, Zhao Min instantly realized that her elder brother had been fooled by Song Qingshu. She felt shy and amused at the same time. Unexpectedly, she didn't get angry and didn't expose the truth. She tacitly agreed to the alliance between the Ruyang mansion and Song Qingshu. Who knew that very soon, the news that Song Qingshu had been poisoned in Yangzhou and was being chased by Li Kexiu and the others came. Zhao Min couldn't sit still any longer. She changed her schedule at the last minute and went directly south. During this time, Song Qingshu had disappeared without a trace. No one knew his whereabouts. Zhao Min thought about it and decided to go to Linnan. She sent a message to the southern Song court as a Mongolian envoy. Previously, the promise to return Sichuan to the southern Song dynasty was based on Song Qingshu's identity. Now that Song Qingshu's fate was unknown, the Mongolians saw the southern Song dynasty as a unilateral breach of the promise. They threatened not to return Sichuan to force the southern Song dynasty to punish the culprit and help find Song Qingshu's whereabouts. The southern Song dynasty was instantly in an uproar. The officials were divided into several factions and attacked each other. However, Zhao Go was the ruler of a country after all. He knew that if he just compromised with the Mongolians, it would be detrimental to the court's reputation. Moreover, Ma Qiju was the head of the officials. She wouldn't be moved so easily. Moreover, there was no lack of insightful people in the southern Song dynasty. They could tell that the Mongolians' strategic focus was on the western countries. It was unlikely that they would start a war with the southern Song dynasty over Sichuan. Moreover, the southern Song dynasty wouldn't be willing to give up Li Kexiu's territory. In the end, under the power struggle of many parties, the southern Song dynasty displayed the wisdom of the Han people since ancient times, the tactic of delaying. They said all kinds of nice words to deal with Zhao Min, but in reality, they didn't take any action. Zhao Min knew their tricks, but she couldn't think of any good ideas. She knew that the Southern Song Dynasty's officials were waiting for the outcome of the battle between Li Keshio and the Golden Snake Battalion. Once Li Keshio won, the Southern Song Dynasty would have more bargaining chip. Moreover, even if the Mongolians didn't return Sichuan, the Southern Song Dynasty would still get the Lianhuai and Shandong provinces. It would still be a profit. Once Li Keshio lost, she would lose her value. Then, they could use her to exchange for Sichuan from the Mongolians. However, the Southern Song Dynasty could afford to waste time, but Zhao Min couldn't. Firstly, she was worried about Song Qingshu's life. Secondly, she was acting as the Mongolian emissary to the Southern Song Dynasty on her own initiative. How could the Mongolians affect their western expedition just because of Song Qingshu? After a long time, the news would probably spread back to the emperor's tent. Genghis Khan would definitely send a real emissary and an imperial edict to punish her. Because the trip didn't go well, Zhao Min was very upset these 2 days. Today, she specially came out from the embassy to Luoylu to relax. She didn't expect to meet Wanyan Zhongjie. Usually, it was Zhao Min who played others in the palm of her hand. Who knew that she would fall into the hands of Wanyan Zhongjie because of a moment of carelessness in the Jin kingdom. Thinking of the dark days in the dungeon, Zhao Min's teeth itched with hatred. Although it was Song Qingshu who imprisoned her, she didn't know why she was angry at Wanyan Zhongjie, that little girl. Hearing the other admit defeat, Zhao Min was slightly happy, but at the same time, she became vigilant. Last time, she was deceived by her innocent and harmless appearance. Immediately, she said lightly, "Your Excellency is magnanimous?" "Sorry, I'm just a woman. Women are always narrow-minded." Mr. Liu, Mr. He, scratch her face. The diners in the restaurant were watching a good show, so they happily watched from the sidelines. But when they heard Zhao Min's words, they all felt a chill in their hearts. This young Master White Jade was too ruthless. How could he scratch such a beautiful little girl's face just like that? He Biwing's body flashed and he opened his large hand to grab Wanyan Zhongjie. Lu Zhanka didn't move immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "Princess, it would be a pity to scratch such a beautiful face. Why don't you let me handle her?" Zhao Min knew that Lu Zhanka was a lecher by nature, so she couldn't help but feel disgusted. She was about to scold him when she suddenly remembered how Wanyan Zhongjie wandered around Song Qingshu in the Jin kingdom. She immediately changed her mind and said, "All right, as long as you can catch her." "All right." Lu Zhanka was overjoyed. His fighting spirit soared as he flew toward the center of the battle. Wanyan Zhongjie's martial arts skill was not bad, but that was only among the younger generation. How could he be a match for the elders of the Wulin world like the Xianming elders? Fortunately, Lu Zhanka's lecherous behavior delayed him for a moment and he didn't attack together with He Biwing, giving Wanyan Zhongjie a chance to escape. The reason why the Xianming elders shook Jianghu was largely because when they joined forces, their power would increase exponentially. Even a top-notch master like Zhang Wuji would find it difficult to deal with them. But if the two of them were separated, they would still be considered top-notch masters in Jianghu, but their power would be far inferior when they joined forces. He Biwing's cultivation base alone wasn't high enough to give Wanyan Zhongjie a crushing advantage. Wanyan Zhongjie found an opening, and his figure suddenly flashed, fleeing toward the door with a speed twice as fast as what he showed just now. Over the past year, He Biwing had lost face in front of Zhao Min many times. He Biwing thought that in the past he had met a freak like Song Qingshu, that was one thing, but if this time he could not even catch a little girl, how could he raise his head in front of Junju in the future? Thereupon with a loud shout he dashed toward the door. Feng Ziying, Xuepan, and the others had too many subordinate. Along the way, Song Qingshu didn't find an opportunity to slip away. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the door of Lu Wailu. Chapter 1179. The group of people chatted as they walked into Luelu. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly rush out from inside? Song Qingshu reacted, but he remembered Jia Baoyu's foppish appearance. He couldn't reveal his martial arts, so he pretended not to react and stood there in a daze. Who would have thought that Wanyan Zhongjie's attention was completely focused on the Xianming elders behind her? In addition, she rushed out too fast. By the time she realized that there was someone in front of her, it was already too late. She plunged headfirst into Song Qingshu's arms. If an ordinary person had been hit by her at such a speed, they would have broken at least 1 or 2 ribs. However, Song Qingshu's body was protected by his zhenqi, so most of the force was dissipated in an instant. Because he was afraid of hurting her due to the recoil, Song Qingshu subconsciously reached out to support her. Who would have thought that Wanyan Zhongjie's reaction would be so fast? Sensing that she had bumped into someone, she subconsciously changed direction and ran to the side. Who would have thought that she would bump into Song Qingshu's outstretched hand? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face when he felt a soft and soul-stirring sensation in his palm. This time, he didn't have any intention of taking advantage of her. Who would have thought that she would take the initiative to bump her chest into his palm? Wanyan Zhongjie looked down at the wolf's claw on her chest and almost fainted from anger. A murderous look flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, the Xianming elders shouted. She rolled her eyes and an idea came to her mind. "Young master, save me! These bad people are bullying me!" Wanyan Zhongjie's expression changed very quickly. She immediately pretended to be a weeping beauty, looking very pitiful. Song Qingshu secretly sneered. Although she spoke so pitifully, she quietly hid behind him and unknowingly used him as a shield. Unfortunately, her acting was too real. No one in this group of people saw anything wrong. However, Song Qingshu wasn't angry. At this time, he had already recognized Wanyan Zhongjie. Naturally, he couldn't sit by and watch her fall into the enemy's hands. He just felt strange. Why would this girl appear in Lin'an City? At this time, the other young masters finally saw Wanyan Zhongjie's appearance. Their faces were filled with amazement. They thought to themselves, "This little girl is so young, yet she's already so beautiful. What will she be like when she grows up?" Feng Ziying and Lu Xianglian were fine, but Xue Pan was almost drooling. After hearing Yan Zhongjie's pitiful words, he immediately smiled and said, "Little girl, don't worry. Big brother will protect you." While speaking, he stood in front of the Xianming elders and arrogantly said, "Hey, you 2 old farts." Before he could finish, he was kicked flying by He Biweng. If He Biweng did not think that they were in Lin'an and did not want to stir up some big trouble, he would have used the Xianming divine palm to greet Xue Pan. Seeing this, Feng Ziying and Lu Xianglian were furious. Their temperaments were not as impetuous as Xue Pan's. Originally, they wanted to ask what had happened, but they immediately saw Xue Pan being kicked to the side and unable to get up for a long time. Young masters of noble families like them usually liked to group together. If they couldn't regain their face after being hit by Xue Pan, how would they be able to mingle in the circle in the future? Feng Ziying and Lu Xianglian attacked at the same time, one with a fist and the other with a sword. One of them came from a family of generals, while the other liked to play with swords and sabers since childhood. Both of them had a good foundation in martial arts. With the 2 of them working together, they were able to successfully block He Biweng. Song Qingshu shifted his gaze to Xue Pan. It turned out that He Biweng had kicked Xue Pan onto a table and was now lying in a pile of sawdust, crying out in pain. His entire body was bruised and swollen like a pig's head. As expected of a local bully. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily, thinking that this fellow looked like Zhao Yun but acted as impetuous as Zhang Fei. No wonder he had such a nickname in the original work. However, he was not in the mood to care about Xue Pan. Instead, he looked inside. The Xianming elders had always been by that person's side. Now that the Xianming elders were here, what about her? This time, the heavens did not disappoint him. When he saw Zhao Min sitting by the window dressed as a man, a faint smile gradually appeared on Song Qingshu's lips. By this time, the battle had come to an end. Although Feng Ziying and Lu Xianglian's martial arts were not bad, how could they compare to He Biweng? Moreover, Lu Zhanke had immediately joined the battle. The two of them were quickly kicked to the ground, their limbs facing the sky. They were in an extremely sorry state. Are you all blind? Attack! Feng Ziying's father was a divine general, an important figure in the army. He had never suffered such a loss since he was young. He immediately scolded the attendants next to him. The attendants following behind him seemed to wake up from a dream. One by one, they shouted and charged forward. Wanyan Zhongjie took advantage of everyone's attention to sneak out. Just as he was about to blend into the crowd, he turned his head and glared at Song Qingshu. Only when he committed the appearance of this man who had taken advantage of him to memory did he snort and disappear into the crowd. Song Qingshu clearly saw the entire process, but he did not stop him. Aside from the people involved, he was probably the one who understood the grudge between Zhao Min and Wanyan Zhongjie the best. He knew that if she fell into Zhao Min's hands, she would not have a good time, and it would be impossible for him to save her. A series of screams interrupted his thoughts. It turned out that their entourage had charged forward aggressively, but in just a few breaths of time, they had been completely subdued by the Xianming elders. The Xianming elders could see that these people were only servants, so they did not show any mercy. Many of them had their arms and legs broken, while the rest were lying on the ground, unable to fight. Looking behind Song Qingshu, they did not see any trace of Wanyan Zhongjie. The Xianming elders had no choice but to turn their heads to Zhao Min and apologize. Your subordinates were incompetent and let that girl escape. Zhao Min coldly snorted. The Xianming elders felt their hearts tremble. Although her martial arts were far inferior to theirs, for some reason, they were extremely afraid of this beautiful princess. Since it was this group of people who caused the girl to run away, then each of them should have one leg broken. Zhao Min leisurely picked up the teacup, but her words made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. Feng Ziying was clutching his chest. When he heard this, he could not help but become angry. How dare you? Do you know who our father is? I'm all ears, Zhao Min said with a gentle smile. Everyone present was shocked. Except for Song Qingshu, everyone else had a strange look on their faces. They were obviously not attracted to men, so why did they think this man's smile was so handsome? Feng Ziying sat up straight, pointed to his companions and said proudly, "This is the son of the current Shumi Jia, this is the son of the political affairs advisor Xue Ji, and this is the son of the supervising censor Lu Qing. I'm not talented, but my father is the divine martial general Feng Tang." Suddenly, there was a burst of gasps in the building. These names were all ear-piercing, and any one of them could crush people to death. That jade-like young master had offended the top officials in Lin An, so he was afraid that he would suffer a disaster. Unexpectedly, Zhao Min said lightly, "So what?" Feng Ziying was dumbfounded. He wondered whether this person really didn't know or not. He had already used his backer, but he was not afraid at all? Feng Ziying quickly ran through all the young masters in Lin and in his mind, but he didn't see such a person at all. Even the crown prince and prince, he would show them some respect. It seemed that this toy boy was a hothead from other places. Seeing Xianming elders getting closer and closer, Feng Ziying finally panicked. He hurriedly moved to Song Qingshu, pointed at him, and shouted, "His father is Lord Jia Sherdao." It turned out that he was worried that he didn't make it clear, so he emphasized it again. Even people from other countries would have heard of Jia Sherdao's name. Feng Ziying had already made a plan. When he returned, he would call all the masters in the imperial army of Sun Holding and Tianwu prefectures. If he didn't beat this toy boy and sell him to the rabbit yard, he wouldn't be able to vent his hatred. Hearing the name of Jia Sherdao, even Xianming elders stopped and looked back at Zhao Min for her opinion. After all, Jia Sherdao was one of the most powerful figures in the southern Song dynasty. If one of his son's legs was broken in Lin, even Zhao Min would be in trouble. Zhao Min was still enjoying her tea leisurely. She didn't even look at them. She didn't even move her eyebrows, as if she knew that Xianming elders were waiting for her instruction. She opened her red lips slightly. So what? Mr. Lu, Mr. Crane, let's start with Mr. Jia. She wasn't a hothead. It was just that she couldn't do anything because of the perfunctory efforts of the Southern Song dynasty. When she was worrying about it, these people from the government came to her. She had an idea and decided to give them a warning. Maybe she could take the opportunity to break the deadlock. As for beating Jia Sherdao's son, she was the commandery princess of the Ruyang mansion of the Mongolian Empire. It was not a big deal. Would Jia Sherdao dare to retaliate? As soon as Zhao Min said that, even Feng Ziying was stunned. He didn't know what to say, not to mention the others. Song Qingshu inwardly cursed all the female relatives in Feng Ziying's mansion. What a pig-like teammate. Seeing the two Xianming elders approaching with a hideous grin on their faces, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Young master, let's talk nicely. As the saying goes, every debt has its debtor. They just offended you, but I didn't say anything or do anything. If you want to vent your anger, you should go to them." He couldn't expose his identity, but he couldn't really let Xianming elders break his legs, could he? The diners in the restaurant couldn't help but curse him for being shameless. Even Feng Ziying, Xuepan, and the others secretly cursed him. However, Jia Baoyu's family was more powerful than theirs, so they didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Min was stunned. She put down the teacup and turned around for the first time. She looked at him carefully and said with a smile, "Mr. Jia's shamelessness is a bit like a friend of mine." Song Qingshu was shocked. Zhao Min's sixth sense was really sharp. He hurriedly said, Right. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we bury the hatchet?" Chapter 1180. Feng Ziying, Lu Xianglian, and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this, but they couldn't help but gloat inwardly. "Who told you to be so disloyal? Serves you right." Song Qingshu was so angry that smoke almost came out of his 7 orifices. He thought that this lass was really asking for a beating. Next time, he must find a chance to give her a good spanking. Although this idea was tempting, it was a pity that there was no way to realize it now. Seeing the Xianming elders gradually approaching, Song Qingshu fell into a deep dilemma. With his current cultivation, he had countless ways to deal with the Xianming elders, but everyone present was smart. He wasn't sure if someone would see through him and his identity would be exposed. If that happened, all his efforts would be in vain. But if he really had his legs broken, that was even more unacceptable. Forget it, I can only try. Song Qingshu secretly took off a pearl from his clothes and scanned the surrounding illusion. He planned to secretly shoot the pearl out from an unimaginable angle. After bouncing off the wall a few times, he would finally shoot it at the Xianming elders from another angle. At that time, they would think that there was an expert hiding in the dark and thus be suspicious. Song Qingshu would then be able to avoid the disaster before him. However, this move could easily arouse suspicion. Even if the people present didn't know what was going on at the time, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't think of anything later. Especially since Zhao Min was more cunning than a fox, she might guess something. Seeing that the Xianming elders were only a few feet away from him, Song Qingshu's hand that was hidden in his sleeve was about to shoot out the pearl when he suddenly heard a clamor. "Where is young Master Jia?" A person dressed like a eunuch said in a soft voice. The Xianming elders suddenly stopped. It wasn't because they were afraid of this eunuch, but because they were afraid of the imperial guards behind the eunuch. Zhao Min also frowned slightly. It wasn't a big deal for her to privately teach a few officials a lesson. Although they came from prominent families, they didn't have an official position. However, these official imperial guards were different. If they were to clash with them, the impact would be great. Shui Pan had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, but at this moment, he was as agile as a rabbit. He scrambled to the eunuch's side. "Eunuch, save me! This group of country bumpkins actually dares to bully people under the emperor's feet." He opened his mouth and exaggerated the events that had just transpired. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He thought to himself that he was already shameless enough just now, but he didn't expect there to be someone even more shameless. Just now, it was clearly him who had lusted after Wanyan Chongji's beauty and interfered. In the end, he had suffered and brought out his family's influence. Who would have thought that Wanyan Chongjie wouldn't fall for it? However, Shui Pan didn't mention that they had brought out their backer in an attempt to suppress others. Instead, it was changed to them finding out that Zhao Min and the others were acting suspiciously like traitors. For the sake of the imperial court's safety, they had gone forward to investigate. Who would have thought that the other party would start fighting because they had a guilty conscience? They were completely trying to prove that Zhao Min and the others were traitors. Glancing at Feng Ziying and Lu Xianglian, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh when he saw that they didn't have any objections at all. These playboys were really good at using their family's influence and were ruthless. Originally, Song Qingshu was a little worried for Zhao Min. However, the eunuch ignored Shui Pan's crying and walked straight to Song Qingshu. "Young Master Jia, I just arrived at your residence. I heard that you were here, so I rushed over." Song Qingshu felt strange and asked, "What business do you have with me, eunuch?" The eunuch smiled and said, "Lady Jia heard that you had returned, so she specially summoned you to the palace to meet her." "Lady Jia?" Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that the Lady Jia that the eunuch was talking about was Jia Shidao's sister. When she was young, she married Zhao Go, who was then the king of Kong, because of her beauty. She had always been favored. After the Jingkong rebellion, Zhao Go's official wife, Lady Xing, was kidnapped by the Jin and taken to the north. At that time, everyone thought that Lady Jia would become the empress. However, Zhao Go suddenly decreed that in order to commemorate his wife, he would no longer have an empress. Lady Jia didn't complain at all, but instead served Zhao Go with all her might. Zhao Go was touched and respected her even more. Therefore, although Lady Jia was now old, she still had a high status in the palace. "Oh, it's my aunt. I miss her too, so let's go." Song Qingshu's reaction was fast. He had been worrying about how to deal with the mess here, and the heavens had sent a savior. As for what would happen after entering the palace later, he did not care about the consequences. He had to leave this troublesome place first. "This way please, young master." The eunuch smiled so widely that his eyes became a line. He bowed and made a gesture of invitation. Shui Pan was dumbfounded when he saw that he had been treated like air. He was about to get angry when Feng Ziying, who was beside him, quietly pulled him back. "Don't be rash, they are following Lady Jia's orders." Shui Pan still hadn't calmed down. He was the son of the vice minister, and had never been ignored like this before. But Lu Xianglian also came over and pulled him back. "Let's leave this place first." Only then did Shui Pan recall that terrifying gigolo. His entire body shivered and he didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately followed behind the palace guards. Their attendants also supported each other and followed behind. "Princess?" The Xianming elders had already returned to Zhao Min's side. Seeing this, they lowered their voices and asked. Zhao Min's eyebrows slowly relaxed. She snorted. "They're lucky this time." Shui Pan and the others followed for a while. The eunuch suddenly turned around and looked at them. He said impatiently, "How long are you going to follow me for?" "You." Shui Pan had already been suppressing his anger. He didn't care about that person just now, but this eunuch was acting all high and mighty in front of him. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat the eunuch up. Feng Ziying and Lu Xianglian hurriedly stepped forward and held him back. They then said to the eunuch, "Eunuch, please don't take offense. We will leave now." Remembering that they were all friends, Song Qingshu put himself in their shoes. It would be too strange if Jia Baoyu remained silent. Thus, he stepped forward to smooth things over. "Eunuch, they are only seeing me off." Feng Ziying and Lu Xianglian also took the opportunity to agree. "Baoyu, we will see you off here. Let's meet again when we have time." Song Qingshu nodded. After bidding them farewell, he followed the eunuch back to the imperial palace. Lu Xianglian suddenly said as she watched them leave, "Which eunuch is this eunuch's subordinate? Why don't I have any impression of him?" Shui Pan spat. "It would be strange if I had any impression of him. He definitely didn't recognize us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant." Feng Ziying smiled. "There are at least 8,000 eunuchs in the imperial palace, and there are bound to be some we haven't seen before. Let's not let this matter spoil our mood. Let's find another place to drink." Shui Pan angrily said, "How can I be in the mood to drink until I get back at him? I will go back and gather the experts in the residence. If I don't sell that pretty boy to the rabbit house today, I will no longer be called the little tyrant. I will be called local tyrant." Feng Ziying also chuckled. "How can we trouble Brother Shui with such a matter? I will immediately go and pick some experts from the imperial army. We will definitely teach that guy who is neither a man nor a woman a lesson." Only then did Shui Pan's anger turn to joy. The group of people put their arms around each other's shoulders and headed for the military camp. As for the experts they gathered at Luelu, they discovered that Zhao Min had long since disappeared. Song Qingshu followed the eunuch into the imperial palace through a side door. His heart was suddenly filled with emotion. In the past few years, he had been to all the imperial palaces of the various countries. Now, entering the imperial palace was no different from returning home. Although it was his first time visiting the imperial palace of the Southern Song dynasty, with his experience in the forbidden city of the Qin kingdom and the Jin kingdom's imperial palace, he roughly scanned the surroundings and had a rough idea of the imperial palace of the Southern Song dynasty. The only difference was that the Forbidden City and the Jin Kingdom's imperial palace were grander. The imperial palace of the Southern Song dynasty was more than beautiful, but lacking in grandeur. This was probably a microcosm of the various countries in recent years. The imperial guards stopped outside the city. Next, the eunuch continued to lead Song Qingshu through a few palace gates. Then, a palace maid led the way. Song Qingshu found this strange, but then he remembered that the imperial palace of the Southern Song dynasty had more formalities. Finally, the palace maid led him to a palace hall and said, "Lady Jia will be back soon. I will have to trouble you to wait here for a while." With that, she took her leave. "Lady Jia specially asked me to come here, but she is not here. What does she mean?" Song Qingshu was very depressed. But this time, he came here to resolve the crisis in Lu Wailu, not to see Lady Jia. What's more, he was not the real Jiabayu. He didn't know how familiar this aunt was with Jiabayu. Logically speaking, she married into the royal family when she was young. No matter how familiar she was with Jiabayu, it was impossible for her to be more familiar with Jiabayu than the people in the mansion. But there was no absolute in the world. God knew if there would be an accident. He made a draft in his mind and simulated some of the questions that Lady Jia might ask later. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. "How much longer do I have to wait?" Just as Song Qingshu was getting impatient, there was a noisy sound of footsteps at the door. "She's finally back." Song Qingshu pulled himself together and tried to figure out Jia Baoyu's mentality. He bowed respectfully and waited to welcome his aunt. Strange. Why is there only one person coming in? Why have all the palace maids left? Song Qingshu didn't need to raise his head to look. He could clearly see the situation outside with his ears. Is this Lady Jia drunk? Why is she walking unsteadily? Song Qingshu found that the footsteps of the woman who came in were a bit messy. He was even more puzzled. He casually said, "Nephew greets aunt." Then he raised his head to look. Who knew that what came into view was not the old Lady Jia that he had imagined, but a delicate young girl with blurred eyes. This wasn't what surprised Song Qingshu the most. What surprised him the most was that he happened to know the young girl in front of him. She was Li Yuanji, who didn't care about her reputation as a woman to save him in Yangzhou. Li Yuanji had a strange temperament. Usually, if she wasn't dressed as a man, she would dress in a clean and simple style. But today, she was wearing a brightly colored palace dress. The collar of the palace dress was slightly wide, deliberately revealing her snow-white and delicate neck. It made her look noble and elegant, and at the same time revealed a hint of charm. Chapter 1181. Song Qingshu was stunned. What's going on? Looking carefully, he saw that Li Yuanji's eyes were blurred, and she was obviously in a state of confusion. Song Qingshu was suspicious of Dou Congxing. Wasn't Li Yuanji sent by my father to the southern Song dynasty to marry? How could she appear here? But he soon realized that Li Yuanji should have arrived in Lin long ago, and she was originally sent by Li Keqiu to compete for the position of empress, so it was not surprising that she appeared in the palace. But it was strange that she appeared here at this time. Didn't Jia Fei summon me to the palace? Song Qingshu's mind raced as he hypothesized countless possibilities, but he rejected every single one of them. While he was in a daze, Li Yuanji had already taken off her palace dress, leaving only her undergarments. Song Qingshu hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed her hand to check her pulse. He couldn't help but frown. The aura in her body was scattered. It was obvious that she had been drugged. Song Qingshu had watched TV dramas about palace infighting in his previous life. Although he knew that there was no war in the harem, it was a TV drama after all. After coming to this world, he had many confidants, but because of his strength, there was no trouble in the harem. Now this was the first time he had personally experienced the horror of palace infighting. Although he didn't know the ins and outs, Song Qingshu could roughly guess that Li Yuanji's current situation must be caused by the infighting in the harem. Her father had a large army and could be said to be the most popular figure in the southern Song dynasty recently. She also had the help of the capital of the imperial court, Maqishi. Even if she was ugly, she would not be underestimated, not to mention that she was beautiful and sweet. Many people in the imperial court regarded her as the most likely candidate for the new empress. Who is targeting her? Given their past relationship, Song Qingshu naturally could not sit by and do nothing, not to mention that Li Yuanji had made such a great sacrifice to save him not long ago. No matter how he thought about it, the person behind the scenes was most likely Jia Fei. After all, before Li Yuanji came, she was the most likely candidate to succeed the empress. When Li Yuanji came, Jia Fei suffered the greatest impact, so it was reasonable for her to take action. However, Song Qingshu could not understand why consort Jia would choose her own nephew to complete this conspiracy out of all the people she could have chosen. She would not be able to escape responsibility after the truth was revealed. Just as Song Qingshu was puzzled, Li Yuanji felt the masculine aura of the man beside her and involuntarily wrapped around him. Her eyes seemed to be flowing with a strange light as she whispered in a sweet voice, "Brother Song." Song Qingshu was shocked. How could she recognize him when he was disguised like this? However, he quickly realized that he was worrying too much. Li Yuanji had long since lost consciousness, and she was only mumbling nonsensically. Song Qinshu had originally thought that Li Yuanji loved Yu Yutong the most, but he hadn't expected her to call out his name at this critical moment. He was deeply moved and subconsciously responded with his original voice, "Little sister Yuanji, brother Song, you're all right? That's really great." Li Yuanji's eyes were covered with a trace of moisture. It was obvious that she was not fully conscious and was only subconsciously replying, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that my father would do that." There was a sobbing tone in her voice as she hugged Song Qinshu tightly. Song Qinshu tried a few times, but he could not break free. He was worried that he would hurt her if he used too much force, so he simply let her hug him. He reached out and patted her back to comfort her. "I know. It's not your fault." Li Yuanji suddenly raised her head and stared at him with her watery eyes. "Brother Song, can you forgive my father for my sake?" Song Qinshu frowned slightly and did not immediately answer her. It should be known that Li Keqiu had gone too far this time. If he forgave her, how could he convince the public in the future? More importantly, it would cause his enemies to think of ways to deal with him in the future because they knew that even if they failed in the end, they would still be forgiven. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. In the later period, the most powerful force in the west was the Li Tang dynasty, and the most powerful in the east was Dojienda. At that time, every time Dojienda captured a general of the Li Tang dynasty, if the other party swore not to surrender, Dojienda would praise his subordinates and finally release them. This won Dojienda a great reputation, so much so that after his death, many people in the world still remembered him. However, Song Qinshu sneered at Dojienda's behavior. In Dojienda's mind, he was so generous that the generals of the Li Tang dynasty should feel his sincerity and scramble to serve him. But in fact, because of his excessive generosity, the generals of the Li Tang dynasty would persist to the last soldier every time they fought against him. The generals of the Li Tang dynasty thought that since they would eventually fall into his hands, they might as well fight to the death. On the one hand, they would be loyal to the Li Tang dynasty, and on the other hand, they could get Dojienda's praise. Contrary to Dojienda, the Mongols and the Qing dynasty were extremely cruel when they swept the world. As long as one person dared to resist in the city they attacked, they would slaughter everyone in the city after the city was broken. As a result, most cities surrendered at the sight of the wind. Generosity was exchanged for defeat and death, while cruelty easily obtained everything. History was so ironic. Song Qinshu naturally did not want to be Dojienda, so in the face of Li Yuanji's plea, he was silent. Seeing that he refused to respond, Li Yuanji suddenly cried, "Brother Song, I know my father is sorry to you." Song Qinshu sighed and was about to comfort her. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanji suddenly said, "I will compensate you for my father." As soon as her voice fell, her sweet lips pressed on his. Feeling her immature and clumsy movements, Song Qinshu was angry and funny at the same time. He gently pushed her away and said softly, "You are you, your father is your father. I can distinguish between you and your father. Your father's actions will not affect my image of you in my heart. But I can't tell." Li Yuanji suddenly shouted. Then she bit her lips and looked at him in a daze. "But he is my father after all." Song Qinshu could only remain silent. Seeing that he was indifferent, Li Yuanji seemed to lose all her strength. She lay in his arms and cried, crying very sadly. Feeling her trembling shoulders, Song Qinshu could only gently pat her back, trying to ease her mood. After crying for a long time, he heard Li Yuanji suddenly say, "Brother Song, can you promise me one thing?" This. Song Qinshu looked like he was in a difficult position. Li Yuanji smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, I won't ask you to forgive my father." "Okay, I promise you," Song Qinshu said in a deep voice. Because she had saved his life in Yangzhou, he should agree to any condition. Li Yuanji raised her head, and an abnormal blush appeared on her face. He didn't know if it was because of the drug or because she was shy. take me. Ah! Song Qinshu thought it was something difficult to do, so he didn't react for a moment when he heard what she said. Li Yuanji sat up straight, but she didn't open her mouth. Instead, she used her actions to speak. She reached to the side and unbuckled her underwear. "What are you doing? Put your clothes on." Song Qinshu instantly turned his face away. It wasn't that he was calm, but Li Yuanji was obviously unconscious. How could he take advantage of her? Song Qinshu picked up the clothes she took off and wanted to put them on again. Unexpectedly, she took his hand and pressed it against her chest. "Brother Song, I don't want to marry the emperor of the Southern Song dynasty, but I have no choice. The only thing I can do now is to give my body to the person I like." Trying his best not to feel the softness in his palm, Song Qinshu said in a deep voice, "Don't you like Yutong? I used to like him, but not anymore." Li Yuanji really dared to love and hate. Even when she was unconscious, she didn't have a trace of bashfulness. Song Qinshu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously asked, "Then who do you like now?" Li Yuanji didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pursed her lips and lowered her head slightly. She glanced at the hand on her chest and said shyly, "Isn't it obvious?" After saying that, a hot and delicate body pressed against him. Song Qinshu's mind exploded, and he couldn't help but kiss her back. At that moment, his mind was conflicted. What should he do now? The person hiding in the dark wanted to make Li Yuanji marry a strange man, but because he had changed his appearance, Li Yuanji seemed to have mistaken him for someone else. But in fact, she wasn't the wrong person. In fact, he had other ways to get rid of the love poison in Li Yuanji's body, but after thinking about it again and again, he chose the most direct and effective method. On the surface, Li Yuanji would be in danger after losing her virginity, but in the long run, this would actually protect her. Although Li Yuanji was mischievous, she was still too young. How could she be a match for those experienced women in the palace? Today's incident was the best proof. Song Qinshu could save her once, but how could it be so coincidental that he would appear in time every time Li Yuanji was in danger? Rather than guarding against a thief for 1,000 days, it was better to let the thief forget about her. Once Li Yuanji was no longer a virgin, the women in the Southern Song Palace would naturally not treat her as an enemy. She would actually be safer. Li Yuanji had a father with a lot of troops as her backing. Even if something like this happened, Zhao Guo would weigh the pros and cons and not do anything to her. He would most likely suppress the whole thing. Of course, the marriage would naturally not be mentioned. No man would be willing to be cuckolded, especially when he was the emperor. Of course, all of this was on the premise that Li Yuanji herself was willing. If he hadn't heard her reveal her true feelings, Song Qinshu would never have made such a decision for her. The young and energetic girl in his arms kept twisting. Very quickly, Song Qinshu couldn't think rationally. But what happened next didn't require any rationality. He just followed a man's instincts. He gently picked Li Yuanji up and walked towards the phoenix bed. He felt as if all the bones in the girl in his arms had melted. Song Qinshu's breathing also became heavier. The decorations on the bed were very exquisite. It could be seen that the owner's status was not ordinary. Song Qinshu knew that Li Yuanji had just entered the palace and couldn't have received such grand treatment. This bed must have belonged to an extremely favored concubine in the inner palace. But at this critical moment, Song Qinshu didn't have the mind to care about who the original owner was. He fell down with the girl in his arms. In the instant he fell, he even put down the curtain. Not long after, the sound of the phoenix bed swaying and the girl's soft humming formed a beautiful melody. The entire garden was empty, and it made the celestial music that came from the room even more alluring. Chapter 1182. Li Yuanji felt that she had a very, very long dream. In the dream, something extremely shameful happened. She wanted to wake up, but she was greedy for that feeling that she had never felt before. That feeling became more and more real, not like a dream at all. Li Yuanji suddenly realized that there was really a person on top of her. This was not a small matter, and she quickly kicked that person. Although she was the daughter of an official, she did not love needlework since childhood. Instead, she yearned for Jianghu. In addition, there happened to be a senior master in the Fu who hid his name. Coincidentally, she practiced a good set of martial arts. She was on the edge of shock and fear. This kick could be said to be merciless and ruthless. In addition, it happened so suddenly that it was impossible to guard against. However, the other party didn't get kicked away as she had expected. Instead, he raised his hand with a relaxed expression. His movements were obviously extremely slow in Li Yuanji's eyes, but he managed to catch her smooth ankle first even though he started later. Song Qingshu laughed. Women are really fickle. Just now you were so gentle and obedient, but now you turn against me. Unfortunately, he was wearing Jia Baoyu's mask. In Li Yuanji's eyes, his smile was extremely wretched, shameless. Li Yuanji did not know why this happened, but her many years of experience in Jianghu told her that this person must have used some despicable method to defile her. Once she thought of the purity that she had preserved for more than 10 years being taken away by a strange man, Li Yuanji could not help but feel sorrow. She wanted to tear the man in front of her into pieces. She tried to pull her leg back, but it did not move at all. She felt as if she was being held by an iron hoop. Li Yuanji quickly realized how embarrassing this position was. Embarrassed and angry, she said, "Let go!" Seeing her face flush red, her long and charming eyes filled with anger, Song Qingshu's love for her rose, but he couldn't help but want to tease her a little. "If you promise not to kick me later, I'll let go." Li Yuanji had always been strange. Even after such a thing happened, she did not seek death like other women. Instead, she suppressed the anger in her heart and sweetly said, "Okay." Her smile seemed to be glowing. No man could resist the sweet smile of a young girl. Even Song Qingshu, with his current cultivation, was momentarily dazed. His grip was no longer as tight as it was before. Li Yuanji had been waiting for this moment. She immediately pulled her leg back and picked up the golden hairpin by the bedside. Using the Wudong golden needle technique, she pierced it into the other's chest. The sweet smile on her face had long disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. Song Qingshu was shocked, not because the other person was ruthless, but because he felt sorry for her. He seemed to have gone too far with the joke. With a few gentle strokes of his fingers, Li Yuanji suddenly felt her wrist go numb. She could no longer hold on to the golden hairpin. Seeing that she was still unwilling to give up, Song Qingshu directly pulled her into his arms. "I'm sorry for scaring you. Yuanji, it's me." Li Yuanji was in his arms, and she wanted to die together. But suddenly she heard she. But how, this, she, sensing that she was in a daze, Song Qingshu gently pushed her in front of him and took the mask from her. "Big brother Qingshu?" Li Yuanji's delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but pinch his cheek. After confirming that it was not someone else in disguise, she said, "Is it really you?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "It's really me." Li Yuanji was surprised and said, "How did you escape?" "I thought you. It's a long story, but it's all because you saved me in Yangzhou. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago," Song Qingshu said, full of emotion. Li Yuanji was embarrassed when she thought of how she had said in front of so many people that she was pregnant with his child. But she quickly thought of something. She pursed her lips and stared at him. "Is this how you repay me?" Even though Song Qingshu was thick-skinned, he was also embarrassed at this time. He didn't know how to explain the whole thing. Could he say that he saw that she was poisoned by love, so he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his innocence to save her? Song Qingshu felt that if Li Yuanji heard this, she would definitely slap him. While he was struggling, Li Yuanji spoke first. "Forget it. It's better if it's you than another man. I was really scared just now. After saying that, she patted her chest, looking like she had just recovered from the shock. Song Qingshu was stunned. Wasn't she a little too open-minded? Aren't you angry? Li Yuanji snorted. If it were another man, I would want to kill him, but you. She looked up and said sweetly, I'm not angry. Song Qingshu's heart felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. He was immediately filled with tenderness and hugged her tightly in his arms. Feeling the man's masculine aura, Li Yuanji felt a trace of shyness in her heart. After hesitating for a long time, she reached out and hugged his back. Qingshu Gij, if it weren't for this, how could I have said those things in front of everyone in Yangzhou? Song Qingshu was very moved and said in her ear, Yuanji Mimi, I also like you very much, but I always thought that the person you liked was you. Before he finished speaking, Li Yuanji sat up straight and pressed her slender fingers on his lips. Her big eyes flickered and were filled with a sly smile. Haven't you heard of the saying that girls' minds are fickle? Hugging her smooth and delicate body, Song Qingshu's heart swayed. He gently blew into her ear and said, But you're not a girl anymore. A girl's body was very sensitive, and Li Yuanji had always been afraid of tickles. She tilted her head to dodge and giggled. Qingshu Gij, you're really bad. The two of them played around for a while and unknowingly, their bodies were intertwined. The room gradually fell into a kind of ambiguous silence. Li Yuanji stared at the man who was so close to her, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Qingshu Gij, just now I was in a daze. I want to feel you again when I'm awake. The girl's words of love were like adding oil to a raging fire. How could Song Qingshu hold back? He kissed her heavily. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yuanji's hair was messy as she lay in Song Qingshu's arms. She mumbled, If only I could always stay by your side. Although her voice was soft, with Song Qingshu's level of cultivation, he heard every word clearly. He could also hear the melancholy and helplessness in her voice. He couldn't help but feel moved. Are you worried about the imperial concubine? At this moment, Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Although Li Yuanji had always been weird and different from the other girls, she was a little too bold today. She thought that she would eventually become the imperial concubine of the southern Song dynasty emperor. She didn't want to have any regrets in this life. Li Yuanji was startled. She didn't expect her lover to guess most of her thoughts with just one sentence. She was touched but still shook her head. No, being an imperial concubine is pretty good. What's there to worry about? After all, the person she was going to marry was the emperor of a country. In this era, the imperial power was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts were powerful, he couldn't compare to Zhao Guo, who had the 4 Cs. If he was in danger because of her, how could she feel at ease? Song Qingshu had almost cultivated to the level of the Witch of the Black Mountain. How could he not see through her little thoughts? He was angry and amused at the same time. Don't worry. How could I let my woman be someone else's concubine? You want to elope with me? Li Yuanji said excitedly. Deep down, she was still a mischievous girl. Song Qingshu's words instantly ignited the adventurous instinct in the depths of her heart. She thought to herself that if her lover wasn't afraid, then she wouldn't mind wandering the world with him. Elope? Song Qingshu almost choked to death. That kind of reckless action without any technical content is not my style. What else can we do but elope? Li Yuanji asked curiously. Song Qingshu didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, You seem to have been drugged. Do you know who wanted to harm you? Li Yuanji shook her head. I don't know what happened either. Today, I was summoned by concubine Jia for a talk. When I came back, I felt a little dizzy. After that, I didn't know anything. After that, I found you on top of me. I was almost scared to death. Even though the matter had passed, when she thought of opening her eyes and seeing a strange man penetrating her body, that feeling was really too creepy. Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly and comforted her for a while. He then asked, was it really concubine Jia? It didn't make sense. If the mastermind was concubine Jia, why would she drag her nephew into this? Li Yuanji said curiously, I've seen her more than once or twice. How could I not recognize her? Song Qingshu frowned and didn't say anything. He wondered if it was really a woman's jealousy that caused concubine Jia to do something extreme. However, he quickly denied this speculation. Concubine Jia was not the daughter of a small family. The education she had received since childhood had taught her that she would never do such an irrational thing. There must be someone else hiding behind the scenes. The purpose was to deal with the Jia family, and Li Yuanji was just an incidental sacrifice. Song Qingshu had been influenced by various palace dramas of later generations. In addition to his experience in the imperial palace of the Qin kingdom and the Jin kingdom, he had a very clear understanding of the tricks hidden behind the imperial court. Soon, he figured out the context of the whole matter. At this moment, noisy footsteps came from outside the palace. It seemed that a large group of palace maids and eunuchs were coming this way. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The people who caught the adulterer had finally come. These people came a little later than he had expected. Song Qingshu looked at Li Yuanji and asked, Sister Yuanji, do you believe me? Li Yuanji bit her moist lips and snorted angrily. If I didn't believe you, how could I let you do such a scourge? That's good. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and quickly said in her ear, when the time comes, you will be like this and so on. After listening to him, Li Yuanji's expression became extremely strange. Is this really okay? Chapter 1183. Seeing him leave, Li Yuanji couldn't help but laugh. She thought, we love each other. Why does it look like we're having an affair? Noticing that someone had come in, Li Yuanji pulled the quilt over herself and pretended to be asleep as planned. Ah! The palace maids screamed in the room. Obviously, those people had seen what was on the bed. The quilt was messy, and the air was filled with a smell that made people blush. Li Yuanji was lying in the quilt, and her hair was messy, and her cheeks were red. Even an idiot would know what had happened. The crowd was in an uproar. Promiscuity in the palace was a big scandal. Those who didn't know what had happened turned pale and stood there trembling. If something like this happened to their master, they, as servants, would probably be killed as well. The older ones reacted better. They quietly went out to inform their concubines. Song Qingshu hid in the dark and observed for a while. Seeing that Li Yuanji was not in danger, he left with peace of mind. He had noticed that someone was using Li Yuanji to deal with the Jia clan, and he quickly realized that this was a great opportunity. He had been worrying about how to leave Lin and to help Jiu and Qingqing without exposing his identity. What happened in the palace provided an opportunity. All the evidence showed that Lady Jia had asked her nephew to take Li Yuanji's virginity out of jealousy. Li Yuanji was a concubine, a strong competitor for the future empress. She had Prime Minister Machi Go and Li Keqiu, who had 100,000 troops behind her. Her identity was very sensitive. No matter how high Lady Jia's position was in the palace, and no matter how powerful Jia Sherdao was, they couldn't suppress this. Especially Jia Baoyu, who had slept with the future wife of the emperor. Even if Zhao Go was a eunuch, he still couldn't tolerate being cuckolded. Even if Zhao Go was willing to tolerate it, how could Machi Go and Li Keqiu tolerate it? Promiscuity in the harem was a crime that could lead to the death of 9 generations. Jia Sherdao was so powerful that he wouldn't really be punished. But as the leader, Jia Baoyu couldn't be saved. However, judging from what he had seen and heard in the Jia's mansion, Jia Baoyu was indeed like what was described in the dream of the Red Chamber. He was the lifeblood of the Jia's mansion, and Jia Sherdao couldn't just watch his son die. Considering the unclear relationship between Jia Baoyu and the Isle of Chivalry, it was most likely that the people of the Isle of Chivalry would take Jia Baoyu away and wait until everything was over. As long as he could get out of Lin and City, there were many ways for him to slip away from the Isle of Heroes. As for Li Yuanji, because of her special identity, in order to ensure that she would not be sentenced to death by a white silk like the other concubines, the most serious consequence was that she would be placed in the cold palace and temporarily suffer a little grievance. When Song Qingshu was free, he would rescue her. Not only did he enter the palace as a bridegroom, but he also enjoyed the gentleness of a young lady. He also solved the problem that had been troubling him for the past 2 days. Song Qingshu was in a great mood. After leaving the palace, he didn't rush back to the Jia's mansion. Instead, he rushed to the house of Red Sleeve. Zhou Zhirua was still waiting there, so he had to inform her in advance. With Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, he didn't have to hide himself even if he was in a busy city. The people around him would only see a blur in front of their eyes. When they looked carefully, he had already disappeared a few streets away. There was no way they could follow him. When he arrived at the appointed room, he found that Indigo Phoenix was there too. She was chatting happily with Zhou Zhirua. When the two ladies saw him, they couldn't help but stand up to welcome him. Song Qingshu first nodded to Zhou Zhirua, then he looked at Indigo Phoenix and asked, "Phoenix, is everything ready?" Indigo Phoenix smiled and said, "Don't worry. With the elders of the 5 Immortals sect escorting him, I guarantee that your little lover won't be harmed. On the other hand, aren't you afraid that Miss Zhou will be jealous by asking about other women?" Actually, it would be more appropriate to call Zhou Zhirua madam. After all, she was already married. However, Indigo Phoenix was thinking about Dongfang Muxue, so she subconsciously didn't want to call her that. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Phoenix, I really admire your shrewish little mouth." Indigo Phoenix giggled and said, "How do you know that my mouth is shrewish? Have you tasted it before?" Zhou Zhirua smiled and looked at the two of them bickering. She knew Indigo Phoenix's style of doing things, so she wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. Song Qingshu was speechless when he heard that. He knew that if he continued to argue with her, who knew what else she would say. He quickly changed the topic and said, "In these 2 days, Jia Sherdao will arrange for Jia Baoyu to leave the city. When the time comes, you guys will kidnap him, and I will secretly help you. It's like a cicada escaping its shell. Jia Sherdao has a lot of enemies during this period of time, so he will only suspect his political enemies and not think of anything else." Zhou Zhirua nodded and said, "That is indeed a good idea, but how can you be sure that Jia Sherdao will arrange for Jia Baoyu to leave the city in these 2 days? Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and calmly explained what happened just now. Of course, some of the details were naturally omitted. The two ladies were confused when they heard that. Indigo Phoenix smiled mischievously and said, "No wonder you had the fragrance of another woman on you when you came in. I thought you accidentally touched a lady in the building when you entered the House of Red Sleeves. I was wondering which lady had such good taste, so it's a concubine from the palace." On the contrary, it was Zhou Zhirua who helped him out of the predicament. Miss Li sacrificed her reputation to save you. Naturally, she has great affection for you. Fortunately, you were the one who encountered her this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Looking at it now, it can be considered a good thing. Indigo Phoenix looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect her to be so generous. She couldn't help but think, she must be very jealous right now. Even though Indigo Phoenix was on Dongfang Mushue's side, she had to admit that Zhou Zhirua was becoming more and more graceful and calm. "My good Zhirua." Song Qingshu pulled Zhou Zhirua into his arms and kissed her hard. He didn't care that Indigo Phoenix was beside him. Indigo Phoenix blushed a little, but she didn't feel disgusted. As a lady from the Meow family, she liked such a direct way of expressing her love. Instead, she looked down on the Han people's bashful attitude when it came to relationship. Zhou exclaimed and pushed him away immediately. She scolded him jokingly, "Stay away from me, you still have the smell of another woman on you." Song Qingshu knew that Zhou was a clean freak. Every time he touched another woman, he was not allowed to touch her until she was clean. Song Qingshu smiled and let go of her. At the same time, he thought to himself, "If I touch her after touching Zhao Min one day, I wonder how she will react." Song Qingshu's heart beat faster when he thought of that. He quickly calmed himself down and stopped thinking about those messy things. After they chatted for a while, Song Qingshu returned to the Jia residence. After all, such a big incident had happened. All the forces should have reacted by now. When he stepped into the residence, he bumped into Shiren. "Io, my second master Bao, where have you been? Everyone in the residence is looking for you. Why are you looking for me?" Song Qingshu understood, but he asked without batting an eyelid. "Not long ago, the master sent a message back, asking everyone in the mansion to keep a close eye on you and forbid you from meeting anyone. The whole mansion is looking for you, so I'm going to look for you on the street." Shiren took his hand and said as they walked. "What happened?" Song Qingshu asked tentatively. He wanted to know how much the people in the Jia residence knew. Shiren shook her head with a puzzled expression. "I don't know either, but Master has never spoken in such a harsh tone. Did you do something to make Master angry again?" "Maybe," Song Qingshu answered ambiguously. It seemed that only a few people knew what had happened in the palace, and the news hadn't spread yet. As they walked, they suddenly ran into a servant. When he saw Song Qingshu, he let out a sigh of relief. "Second Master Bao, I finally found you." Seeing his panicked tone, Shiren frowned and asked, "What happened?" The servant was out of breath. Master is back. He asked young Master to go to the study to find him as soon as you came back." "Bao Yu." Shiren was startled. She looked at Song Qingshu worriedly. "It's okay. Don't worry." Song Qingshu thought it was good that Shiren had come. He strode to the study. Looking at his departing figure, a hint of confusion appeared in Shiren's eyes. Bao Yu used to be scared out of his wits whenever he heard of Master's name. Why does it seem like he's not scared at all this time? When Song Qingshu arrived at the study, he found that all the servants had left. There was no one else but Jia Sherdao within a radius of 100 feet. As soon as he stepped into the room, Song Qingshu was worried about how to address Jia Sherdao. A teacup flew toward him. He could see the hot water splashing from the teacup. He was startled and was about to dodge it. However, he thought that Jia Baoyu couldn't dodge the teacup. As he was about to take it, the teacup flew in an arc in the air and finally broke into pieces a foot in front of him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. With his eyesight, he could clearly see that the teacup was aimed at his face, but it suddenly fell down at the last moment. Obviously, it was because of Jia Sherdao's hidden power. It was such a clever trick that Song Qingshu didn't notice it at first. The only thing that made him happy was that Jia Sherdao obviously loved Jia Baoyu. Even though he was angry, he couldn't bear to hurt Jia Baoyu. "Look what you did!" After breaking the teacup, Jia Sherdao scolded him angrily. "I don't care if you play with women. You're a man, so it's not a big deal. But you should have some brains. You should know which women you can touch and which women you can't. Li Keqiu has a lot of troops and has just surrendered to the imperial court. She sent her daughter to Lin and to be a concubine. How dare you touch such a woman?" Jia Sherdao became angrier and angrier. He slapped the desk, and the heavy solid wood desk suddenly broke into pieces. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. The aura that Jia Sherdao released just now was definitely that of a supermaster. He hurried to calm down so that Jia Shidao wouldn't find out that he had kung fu. Chapter 1184. It was my aunt who asked me to go, Song Qingshu said, mimicking Jia Baoyu's tone and trembling. Jia Shidao suddenly became silent. He calmly sat down on the chair and said, "Tell me everything that happened today from beginning to end. I was at home today when cousin Xuepan suddenly came to see me. Feng Xing, Lu Xianglian, and I." Song Qingshu pretended to be dumb, but he was soon interrupted by Jia Shidao impatiently. "I know all about it. Start from what happened after you separated." Only then did Song Qingshu roughly describe how he followed the eunuch into the palace, was finally led into a palace by a palace maid, and then Li Yuanji took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. He completely portrayed himself as a hot-blooded, hot-headed, impulsive youth. Humph, what a vicious plan! Jia Shidao's face twitched as he gnashed his teeth. Even Song Qingshu, a person who had traveled to another world, could figure out the conspiracy. Jia Shidao, a powerful minister who had been immersed in politics all his life, could see that someone was up to no good. Moreover, he knew that his sister would never do something so stupid. Song Qingshu was playing the role of Jia Baoyu, so he didn't want to get himself into trouble by saying too much. So, he shut his mouth and hid in the corner. Jia Shidao squinted at him and said seriously, "From now on, you stay in the room. You are not allowed to step out of the room without my permission." Then he stood up and walked out. Song Qingshu wanted to know what he would do next, so he couldn't help but ask, this time, "Will I die?" Maybe Song Qingshu's acting was too real. Jia Shidao stared at him with a hint of kindness in his eyes. He thought he should tell him everything, so that he wouldn't do anything irrational at this critical moment because he was too scared. "You are my only son. I won't let anything happen to you. Li Yuanji isn't an official concubine yet. Even if she was, I would still keep you safe." Jia Shidao's tone was slightly domineering. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue. Jia Shidao was so powerful that even the real imperial concubine was fine. However, he soon felt sorry for his brother. Strictly speaking, Jia Shidao had 3 sons: Jia Zhu, Jia Baoyu, and Jia Huan. Jia Zhu was the eldest son, but unfortunately, he died young, leaving his wife, Li Wan, a widow at a young age. Jia Huan was the son of a concubine, and he was ugly, so Jia Shidao didn't like him. Everyone in the house knew that. However, no matter how unlikable Jia Huan was, he was still a young master. All the servants and maids still showed respect to him. If those people knew that Jia Shidao didn't care about him at all, Jia Huan's life would be even more difficult. "I'm going to see some of your uncles now and mobilize everyone's power. It would be best if we could turn this into a small matter, but if we can't..." Jia Shidao paused and continued, "I'll arrange for you to lie low for a while. You should be prepared." He didn't wait for Qin Shing's response and left in a hurry. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Everything was developing as he had expected. All he had to do now was wait for the news. It would definitely take a lot of time for all the forces to fight. Song Qingshu was grounded in the study by Jia Shidao. He happened to have nothing to do, so he casually looked through the study. He didn't know if Jia Shidao had a good sense of confidentiality or something else, but he didn't find any valuable information in the study. After throwing a random document back onto the shelf, Song Qingshu couldn't help but yawn. He hadn't slept much recently, and he had been pestered by Li Yuanji for a long time in the palace. He was a little sleepy now. Jia Shidao's study was extremely quiet, and people from the mansion weren't allowed to go near it. So, he didn't have to worry about dealing with the people in the mansion who were familiar with Jia Baoyu. So, he casually lay down on the soft couch and took a nap. It was the calm before the storm, so he had to seize the time to recharge himself and prepare for the unpredictable future. What happened in the imperial palace today was like a sudden clap of thunder. Even though the news was limited to a small circle of people, it still caused an uproar among those who knew about it. The various powers fought over this matter with sparks flying in all directions. On the contrary, the instigator of all this seemed to be completely fine, sleeping soundly in his study. When Song Qingshu woke up, the moon was already high in the sky. He stretched his body and exhaled the turbid air in his chest. He felt refreshed. Now, both his body and mind were in peak condition. Grumble, grumble, Song Qingshu's stomach rumbled, and he couldn't help but laugh. He had been busy the whole day, and he hadn't eaten anything. He had been called out by Xue Pan early in the morning. He was going to Luelu to eat and drink, but he had been called to the palace halfway. He had used up a lot of energy in the palace, so he had slept until now. Men, prepare a midnight snack for this young master. Bring me anything delicious. It would be a waste not to use Jia Baoyu's identity. Anyway, the Jia clan was very rich, so Song Qingshu didn't feel bad at all. I wanted to bring food to you, young master, but you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't dare to disturb you. But it's been heating up in the pot. I'll bring it to you now, young master. A servant ran in and answered flatteringly. Song Qingshu frowned and said angrily, "What are you talking about? I want to eat something fresh. Pour it all out and make it again." The food had been heated for a long time, so he didn't know how much nitrite there was in it. Moreover, Jia Sherdao had taken so much from the people, so he was doing justice on behalf of the heavens. Yes, yes, yes. I'll ask them to make it again right now. The servant complained in his mind, but he knew that the young man in front of him was the old lady's favorite, so he didn't dare to show it. Watching the servant leave in a hurry, Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. No wonder so many people chased after power. The taste of power was really irresistible. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. He opened the window and looked into the distance, only to hear faint sounds of fighting and killing coming from somewhere in the mansion. What's going on over there? Song Qingshu seemed to be talking to the air, but he knew very well that there were many hidden guards around Jia Sherdao's study. It seems that an assassin broke into the mansion. Don't worry, young master. The mansion is heavily guarded, and it won't take long to catch that person. A burly figure suddenly walked out of the shadows. Song Qingshu turned his head and looked at him carefully. He saw that the man was tall, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his beard, which was like steel needles. Obviously, he was a very resolute person. However, what caught Song Qingshu's attention more was the man's rough hands and the thick calluses between his thumb and index finger. An expert with a knife. Song Qingshu quickly came to a conclusion. When Song Qingshu was looking at the man was also looking at him. The man was a little surprised that young master could hear the noise from so far away. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else. "What's your name?" Song Qingshu asked. Judging from the man's reaction just now, the two of them hadn't met before, so he wasn't afraid of exposing himself. The man hesitated for a moment, then answered, "Chen Jian." Song Qingshu continued to ask tentatively, "Are you usually in charge of the safety of the study?" "Yes." Seeing that Song Qingshu kept asking questions, the man was a little regretful. The reason why he showed up was because he knew what Jia Baoyu had done in the palace. The outside world was in chaos, but Jia Baoyu was still able to sleep peacefully. He admired and was curious about Jia Baoyu's courage. "Don't worry, young master. This place is absolutely safe." After saying that, Chen Jian retreated into the shadows again. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. In the history of his previous life, Jia Sherdao had three main advisors: Wang Yinglong, Liao Yingzhong, and Wang Ting. In addition, there were four lackeys: Pan Wenqing, Ji Ku, Chen Jian, and Su Qingsun. These were all names recorded in the official history. Obviously, they were the core figures of the Jia group. The reason why Song Qinshu remembered these names so clearly was because he had seen the historical records of Jia Shidao's downfall. On the eve of his exile, these people drank with Jia Shidao and sang sorrowfully in the rain. After 5 o'clock in the morning, they all committed suicide by poison. The tragic scene of an ambitious man at the end of his road made him sigh. Note: in history, it was Liao Yingzhong who drank with Jia Shidao all night and committed suicide by poison in the end. It was slightly changed here. This Qin Jian is ranked third among the 4 lackeys. He must have something extraordinary. I have to be careful in the future. Song Qinshu was vigilant, but his attention quickly returned to the assassin in the residence. Could it be Zhou Jiruo, Blue Phoenix, and the others who broke into the Jia residence at this time? The more Song Qinshu thought about it, the more likely it was. He couldn't stay in the room anymore. Under the cover of the night, he sneaked out from the other side of the window. Although Jia Shidao's study was surrounded by hidden guards, his attention was mainly focused on preventing enemies from coming in. Moreover, with Song Qinshu's lightness skills, he could even pass through the imperial palace, let alone this small garden. After Wanyan Zhongjie escaped from the building during the day, the more she thought about it, the more unlucky she felt. Especially when she thought about how a man had grabbed her breasts at the door, she was extremely unhappy. Because of what had happened to her mother, she hated men to the core, let alone physical contact. Later, she found another inn and settled down. She took a few showers, but she still couldn't get rid of that disgusting feeling. In the end, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she sneaked out in the middle of the night to chop off that hateful man's hand. When she was hiding behind the crowd, she heard Feng Ziying bragging about their families, so she knew that the man was the young master of the Jia residence. Later on, when he casually inquired about Jia Baoyu in Linen, he found out that Jia Baoyu was a notorious devil incarnate in Linen, a lecherous and foppish playboy. Wanyan Zhongjie was even more furious, increasingly feeling that Jia Baoyu was deliberately taking advantage of her. She went all the way to the Jia residence angrily, and she directly climbed into it at night. As for Jia Shidao, who was the privy emissary, she didn't care at all. After all, Wanyan Liang was so powerful that she dared to assassinate a real lord, let alone the son of a minister in the southern Song dynasty, who she looked down on. However, after entering the residence, she found that she had made a big mistake. The defense in the residence was even stronger than Wanyan Liang's. She was careless, and she was soon discovered. After a few rounds of fighting, although she had killed many experts, she had also suffered some serious injuries. In particular, one of them had counterattacked with a palm before he died, which seemed to have broken a few of her ribs. Every time she circulated her qi, she felt extreme pain. Chapter 1185. Wanyan Zhongjie made sure that there was no one nearby, then took off her night clothes and tried to put her ribs back together. Unfortunately, she couldn't use her strength because of her injury. She tried many times but couldn't get the bones back together. Everyone, search carefully. There are guards at all the gates. They should be nearby. Don't miss any corner. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the assassin. Suddenly, the voice of a small leader was heard. Yes. The group of guards agreed and quickly spread out to search. As they searched, they used their knives to poke at the grass. Even a pheasant couldn't be hidden, let alone a living person. Wanyan Zhongjie groaned inwardly. She looked in another direction and saw another group of guards rushing over. If she rushed out now, she would be surrounded by 2 groups of guards. There were many experts among these guards. Even at her peak, she didn't have the confidence to deal with so many people at the same time, let alone now that she was seriously injured. Biting her red lips, Wanyan Zhongjie shrank back into the artificial hill. Her only hope was that these people wouldn't find her. But she also understood that the possibility of this was very small. Although this place was hidden, with so many guards searching everywhere, they would find this place sooner or later. Just as she was worrying, Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly saw the leader of the guards look in her direction. Then, he pulled out his knife and walked over to the artificial hill with a serious expression. Wanyan Zhongjie gripped the dagger in her hand. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her temples. If things didn't work out, she had to kill herself. Otherwise, if she became a prisoner of the enemy, she wouldn't have the chance to do so even if she wanted to. The Song and the Jin were enemies. Especially after the Jinkong Rebellion, many imperial concubines and princesses of the Song dynasty became tools for the Jin to vent their lust. If she fell into the hands of the Song, she shuddered at the thought of what would happen to her. Although the Jin women didn't value chastity as much as the women of Jiangnan, it was one thing to be open-minded and another to be humiliated. Moreover, Wanyan Zhongjie was much more conservative than the average Jin woman because of what had happened to her mother a few years ago. Seeing that the man was getting closer and closer, Wanyan Zhongjie decided to take advantage of the moment the man came to investigate and launch a sudden attack. As he slowly unsheathed his dagger, he fumbled with the night clothes he had just taken off. Unexpectedly, he felt a warm hand. Even though she had always been courageous since she was a child, she couldn't help but have goosebumps all over her body. If it wasn't for the consciousness in her mind warning her not to make a sound and alert the guards outside, her scream would have already pierced through the night sky. Turning his head, he saw a young man looking at him with a grin. His face was filled with a mischievous look. Who else could it be other than Jia Baoyu, who had taken advantage of him during the day? It turned out that Song Qinshu heard the commotion and came out to investigate. In the end, the assassin was not Zhou Zhirua or Indigo Phoenix. However, Wanyan Zhongjie was one of his people. Naturally, he could not leave her to die. Seeing that she had nowhere to go, he hurriedly appeared to help. Shoo! Song Qinshu made a shushing gesture and pointed to the night clothes she had taken off. Take off your clothes. The reason why Wanyan Zhongjie had broken into the Jia residence at night was to take revenge for being taken advantage of by him during the day. The reason why she had ended up in such a state was also because of him. At this moment, when she saw that he actually wanted to take off her clothes, new hatred and old hatred welled up in her heart. She couldn't care less and brandished her dagger to stab him. She thought that it wouldn't be a loss to have him as a scapegoat before she died. However, as soon as she made her move, she felt her whole body go numb and she could no longer move. She was shocked and scared. Suddenly she heard him say, "You really take my kindness for granted. You women's thoughts are too dirty." Song Qinshu looked as if he was grieving. In fact, how could he not know that there was a hidden meaning in his words just now? Who is it? Although the two of them acted quickly, it was inevitable that they would make some noise and attract the attention of the guards outside. The leader of the guards hurriedly made a hand gesture and ordered his subordinates to surround them from behind the rock garden. Wanyan Zhongjie's heart had long since turned ice-cold. This foppish good-for-nothing was actually hiding his strength. If it was just him alone, she wouldn't be able to resist. What difference would it make if there were more or less guards outside? While she was still in a daze, Song Qinshu casually waved his hand. She didn't know how he did it, but he took off Wanyan Zhongjie's night clothes and put them on himself. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. "Let me borrow your veil." Song Qinshu smiled slightly. Without waiting for her to react, he took off the black veil and covered his face with it. At this moment, the guards had already surrounded the entrance of the rock garden. Just as they were about to send someone in to investigate, Song Qinshu's entire body shot out like a cannonball. Immediately, a series of screams rang out. The assassin ran to the master's study. Go after him. Seeing the direction of the black shadow, the leader of the guards was shocked and angry. If the assassin broke into the range of Jia Shidao's study, he would definitely be in trouble. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to chase after him. Wanyan Zhongjie hid in the rock garden and was dumbfounded. She couldn't figure out why he would help her. Asking the guards to come up and tie her up and send her to the bedroom was in line with the legendary character of a lecherous good-for-nothing. However, what surprised her even more was the lightness skills that he had shown just now. It was really amazing. No wonder she didn't notice that he was standing behind her. While she was in a daze, she suddenly heard a teasing voice. "What are you daydreaming about? Are you thinking about me?" Wanyan Zhongjie turned around and saw that he was leaning against the rock garden and looking at her with a faint smile. "Didn't you go that way?" Wanyan Zhongjie was stunned. "Those people were too slow and I dropped them," Song Qingshu answered casually. Then he took off the black veil on his face. "This thing is a little small, and it's suffocating. The only good thing is that it's a little fragrant." Wanyan Zhongjie raised her eyebrows. "Lecher." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I didn't say that I wasn't. You can go to Lin An and ask around. Jia Baoyu is definitely worthy of this title." "Humph." Wanyan Zhongjie snorted and turned around. She was thinking quickly, "How can I get out of danger? Alas, I was too reckless this time. If I had Ouyang Feng with me, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed." Song Qingshu had sneaked out of the study for a while. He was worried that he would be discovered by Chen Jian, so he didn't have time to flirt with the little girl. He directly went forward and held Wanyan Zhongjie in his arms. "Hey! What are you doing? Let go of me!" Wanyan Zhongjie was shocked and angry to be held in the arms of a strange man. She tried to struggle out of his embrace, but unfortunately, her acupoints were sealed and she had no strength left in her body. How could she move? Ever since she was born, she had never been so close to a man other than Song Qingshu. That kind of feeling was both frightening and terrifying. But what surprised her the most was that she didn't feel disgusted being held by this man. Instead, he seemed to have a faint aura that made her feel comfortable. When she realized this, she became even more terrified. "Behave yourself. Otherwise, your injuries will worsen." Feeling the girl's slightly wriggling body, Song Qingshu slapped her tender buttocks. If it was in his previous life, Song Qingshu would never have acted so rashly. Even a year or two ago, he wouldn't have been so abrupt. But the current him was no longer the same as before. He was no longer entangled in the affairs of men and women. In his heart there was only the world. Although he knew that this kind of action would cause trouble for women, he had no interest in paying attention to it. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, this kind of action was frivolous. But with his current status and outlook, he didn't care about the rules of the secular world. Of course, he could also patiently explain that the reason why he told her not to move was to prevent her injuries from worsen. If her body twisted and broke, causing her ribs to pierce into her internal organs, then even a great all-embracing golden immortal would find it difficult to save her. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu found it troublesome and simply spanked her butt. Wanyan Zhongjie's mouth fell open. After a short moment of silence, she said in a voice as cold as ice, "Try hitting me again." Song Qingshu chuckled and slapped her again. Wanyan Zhongjie finally exploded. "You despicable, shameless, and vulgar Song pig. I, Wanyan Zhongjie, swear that one day I will make you beg for death." Song Qingshu ignored her and slapped her again. Every time Wanyan Zhongjie scolded him, he would slap her again. In the end, Wanyan Zhongjie begged, "I beg you, please don't hit me anymore." There was a hint of sobbing in her voice, and at the same time, it was mixed with a strange kind of trembling. Song Qingshu looked down and saw that her eyes were faintly filled with tears. Her natural peach blossom eyes gave her a kind of seductive feeling at a young age. If you're obedient, then I won't hit you. On the way, Wanyan Zhongjie's scolding alarmed many imperial bodyguards. However, Song Qinshu relied on his excellent qinggong and turned left and right while carrying her. Finally, he stealthily returned to the courtyard where the study was located and stopped. The courtyard was originally heavily guarded. Previously, Song Qinshu had been able to force his way out by himself. However, now that there were assassins in the residence, the hidden guards were on full alert. Every one of them had their eyes and ears open in all directions. It was impossible for him to carry someone in. However, he had another way. He stretched out his hand and a handful of crushed stones on the ground flew into his hand. Then, he flicked his finger and a light sound came from 100 feet away. Who is it? Although the sound was light, it was enough to alarm the guards. Immediately, someone appeared and surrounded the source of the sound. Song Qinshu flicked his 10 fingers continuously, and stones shot out one after another. Faint sounds came from the courtyard incessantly, as if a qinggong expert was quickly escaping in the courtyard. All the guards in the courtyard had finally been mobilized by him. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards were distracted, Song Qinshu carried Wanyan Zhongjie and moved like a breeze. When he stopped, he was already in the study. Wanyan Zhongjie's small mouth was slightly open. She had witnessed the entire process and felt that it was simply amazing. For a moment, she forgot about the burning humiliation coming from her butt. Chapter 1186. After putting Wanyan Zhongjie on the soft couch, Song Qinshu warned again, "Remember not to scream. If you don't listen to me, I'll strip you and let the people outside have a feast for their eyes." "Fine, I won't scream." Wanyan Zhongjie pouted and quietly glanced at the man beside him. He seemed to have thought of something, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't catch the spark. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the darkness in front of him. It turned out that he was bending down to take off her clothes. She was scared out of her wits and stuttered, What do you want to do?" As soon as she said this, she felt that it was unnecessary. A man and a woman were alone in a room in the middle of the night. Thinking of his reputation in Lin-an, she didn't need to ask what he wanted to do. Song Qinshu smiled faintly and lifted her chin. His fingers felt smooth and tender. "What do you think I want to do? Although your martial arts are high, there is always someone better than you out there. My lover's martial arts are higher than yours. If you dare to do anything to me, he will naturally avenge me in the future. He will make you beg for death, but cannot beg for it." Wanyan Zhongjie also knew that this kind of empty threat was mostly useless, but it was better to try than to do nothing. "Who's the young lady's lover?" Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly thought of the man who could turn the clouds and cover the rain in daxing manner. He blurted out, "The Golden Snake King, Song Qinshu." After saying that, his little face turned red. He was shy and kept praying that the man's name could shock the people of the Southern Song dynasty, who knew that the man beside him didn't seem to hear it and kept taking off his clothes. At this time, his underwear was already exposed. Wanyan Zhongjie was ashamed and angry. "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" Song Qinshu shrugged and replied naturally, "I heard." "Then why are you still taking it off?" Wanyan Zhongjie wanted nothing more than to rush forward and bite him. Unfortunately, his acupoints were sealed and he was powerless to do so. At this time, she even secretly complained about Song Qinshu. "That bastard is always so arrogant, but his fame can't even scare a playboy. I'm so angry. It's because I heard it that I resolved it." Song Qinshu's lips curled into a faint smile. Wanyan Zhongjie was stunned. He didn't know what the other party's logic was. Song Qinshu smiled faintly and said, "You say I am your lover, then why can't a lover undress his own woman?" He had already recovered his original voice by this time. The expression on Wanyan Zhongjie's face was very interesting. First it was puzzled, then it was surprised, and finally he was ashamed and angry. Song Qinshu, you bastard! She had always felt that this man gave her a familiar feeling, but she couldn't tell what it was. It wasn't until he returned to his original voice that she immediately understood. She thought about how he had disguised himself as Tang Quobian to deceive everyone in the Jin Kingdom, so it wasn't strange for him to appear as Jia Baoyu. Shu, do you want to lure in the guards outside? When the time comes, I won't be able to save you under the watchful eyes of everyone. Song Qingshu's face was full of smiles. It's better to lure them in. Let them see that the young master they've been guarding so loyally has been replaced. Although Wanyan Zhongjie said this, she subconsciously lowered her voice. However, when she thought about how she had been fooled by him for a long time and how scared she had been, Wanyan Zhongjie felt an evil fire burn in her heart. She glared at him and said, "Hurry up and unseal my acupoints. Why are you so fierce? If I hadn't appeared in time, you would have already fallen into the hands of the Jia residence's guards." Song Qinshu casually waved his hand and unsealed her acupoints. "You still have the nerve to say that? If I hadn't thought of coming to Jiangnan to save you, would I have fallen into this situation?" Wanyan Zhongjie said angrily, "My aunts were worried to death, but you were very happy in Linnan." Song Qinshu knew that the aunts she mentioned were Gu Bai and the others. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "I just got out of danger and returned to the Central Plains 2 days ago. I didn't have time to inform you." As he said this, he changed the topic and asked, "Your aunts were worried about me. Were you worried about me?" "Bah." Wanyan Zhongjie spat without hesitation and said, "Only silly women like my aunts would worry about you. I've already told them that good people don't live long, while scourges live for thousands of years. A bastard like you will definitely live to 100 years old." "Really?" Song Qinshu said with a smile. "Then why did you come all the way to find me?" Wanyan Zhongjie's face turned slightly red and she snorted, "Mother and I are so unlucky. We were poisoned by your 3 corpses brain divine pill. We were worried that if you died, we would also be buried with you, so we reluctantly came to find you." "Ah, you little girl, you really have no conscience. It seems that the spanking just now was not in vain." Song Qinshu smiled proudly. "You." Thinking of the strange experience just now, especially the faint burning feeling on her butt, Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly felt ashamed and angry. However, Song Qinshu sighed and said, "In fact, if I die, I will really die. It seems that it is not difficult to accept that such a beautiful pair of mother and daughter will be buried with me." Wanyan Zhongjie's face suddenly turned cold and she said, "Are you thinking of taking advantage of us?" Song Qinshu seemed to not notice that she was on the verge of anger and said with a faint smile, "If I say that I don't have any intention of taking advantage of you, will you believe me?" "Of course not." Wanyan Zhongjie replied coldly, "Those men in the Daxing constabulary want to have sex with us, mother and daughter, on the same bed. You men are all disgusting and despicable creatures." Feeling her trembling body, Song Qinshu gently comforted her, "Not all men are like that." His steady voice slightly relaxed her tense nerves, and she subconsciously leaned against him, as if this was the only way to melt the ice that had been buried deep in her heart. Suddenly, Wanyan Zhongjie's gaze shifted downwards and landed on the exposed undergarment. Only then did he remember what had happened earlier and angrily pushed him away. "You say nice things, but in the end, you still take advantage of me whenever you get the chance." Perhaps because she moved too much and affected her injuries, she let out a low cry and swallowed the rest of her words in pain. "I was just trying to treat your injury just now. Look, this caused your bone to be dislocated, and your injury has worsened," Song Qinshu said reproachfully as he examined the injury. "If you wanted to treat me, you could have just told me. How could you take off a girl's clothes like that?" Wanyan Zhongjie's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. Even if I told you, I would still have to take off my clothes when I set the bones, so I might as well just take them off. Song Qingshu said nonchalantly. But Wanyan Zhongjie didn't expect him to be so confident. But I am a girl. So what? Song Qingshu replied indifferently as he used his fingertips to test the location of her injuries. Wanyan Zhongjie's face turned red from his touch. She bit her lip and said, If you do this, how am I going to get married in the future? Song Qingshu finally looked at her seriously and reached out to pinch her chin. He chuckled and said, Do you think I will allow you to marry another man in this life? I knew it. Wanyan Zhongjie sighed in her heart, but she wasn't depressed. After all, she had already prepared herself for this kind of ending. Now that her fate was confirmed, she wasn't as worried as before. Her eyes regained their craftiness and quick-wittedness. Aren't you afraid of making Auntie angry? After all, I am her junior. Goodbye is more magnanimous than you think. Plus, she has always liked you, Song Qingshu replied. Wanyan Zhongjie opened her mouth slightly and was about to say something when she suddenly looked down at the hands groping her body. She blushed and said, Are you really setting my bones? What else did you think? Song Qingshu said unhappily, Look at your small body, your chest, and your flat butt. Do you really think I want to touch you? Wanyan Zhongjie seemed to be provoked by his words and said angrily, One must act according to their conscience. Compared to my mother and auntie, my chest is a bit small, but I am still young. They might not be as big as me when they were my age. Also, which part of my butt is flat? I've heard the men in Daxing Manor talk about how perky I am more than once. Seeing that she seemed to be even angrier than before, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Although Wanyan Zhongjie was somewhat mature, she was still a little girl. All right. I've wronged you, all right? As Song Qingshu spoke, he moved his hands and connected her bones together. Wanyan Zhongjie was caught off guard, and tears almost came out of her eyes. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had already expected it and covered her mouth in advance, so that no screams could be heard. I need something to fix your ribs. Song Qingshu looked left and right, but he couldn't find a suitable strip of cloth. Finally, he saw the underwear hanging from her chest, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. This thing is perfect. He immediately took it off. Wanyan Zhongjie wailed in her heart. This time coming to Lin An was really a big loss, and her whole body was seen and touched by him. But for some reason, she didn't dislike his strength at all. Instead, she felt a sense of stability in her heart. Perhaps she lacked fatherly love since childhood. Song Qingshu's maturity and wisdom, as well as the strength he showed from time to time, all matched the vague image in her heart. Ever since she was young, she had seen her mother being bullied by bad people, but she had been powerless to do anything. More than once, Wanyan Zhongjie had fantasized that such a man would appear to protect her and her mother. Unfortunately, such a person had never appeared. In the end, she had been lucky enough to learn some skills, so she had thrown her childhood dream to the back of her mind. It was not until she met Song Qingshu that the image she thought she had long forgotten gradually became clear. Chapter 1187. Wanyan Zhongjie was shocked and grabbed his clothes to cover his chest. Song Qingshu patted her hand and comforted her. Don't worry. He's just here to deliver food. He had heard someone approaching the room. The reason why he didn't notice was that it was the servant from before. Young master, supper is ready, the servant said flatteringly. Got it. Leave it outside for now, replied Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu replied. Right now there was Wanyan Zhongjie in the room, and his clothes were disheveled. They couldn't possibly let him in. The servant happily carried a plate of delicacies. He thought the young master would reward him or something, but the young master didn't even let him in. "Oh, I'll put it at the door." After putting it away, the manservant had no choice but to leave with a long face. After he left the garden, he muttered, "Young master has really changed today. Usually, he would stretch out his hands and open his mouth to eat. Why would he take it himself? What did you say?" At that moment, he heard a low voice. The servant looked back and saw Jia Sherdao standing not far away, frowning at him. He was scared out of his wits. Old master. He thought he was doomed. The young master was the old master's favorite. If the old master heard him talking about the young master behind his back, he would at least be skinned alive. "What did you say about the young master?" asked Jia Sherdao. The servant's legs turned to jelly. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "I said too much. I won't do it again. Shut up!" Jia Sherdao yelled. "What did you say? Take it yourself?" The manservant was startled. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of blaming him, he was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly replied, "It's like this. Previously, young master asked me to prepare supper, and then..." He explained what had happened just now. After hearing the servant's answer, Jia Sherdao frowned even more. He turned around and asked the guard behind him, "I heard there was an assassin in the mansion?" "Yes. Although the guards injured the assassin, they didn't catch him," answered the guard. Jia Sherdao's expression finally changed. He hurried to the study and said, "Follow me." In the study, Song Qingshu was teasing Wanyan Zhongjie with the exquisite desserts of the Jia residence, causing the young girl to pout coquettishly. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder those 2D anime in his previous world put so much emphasis on the throwing of food memes. It really gave people a sense of accomplishment. As the two of them were teasing each other, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, someone's coming." He hadn't expected Jia Sherdao to come back so soon. Even if he did, there was still some distance between the gate of the garden and the study, which was more than enough for him to react. But for some reason, Jia Sherdao had run all the way from the gate of the yard. He didn't have time to see Wanyan Zhongjie out. What should we do? Wanyan Zhongjie also realized the seriousness of the situation. Previously, Song Qingshu had made a feint in order to bring her in. Now it was too late for him to do anything. "Don't panic. Listen to me. Later, like this." Song Qingshu helped her put on her clothes and whispered in her ear. Not long after, the door of the study was kicked open from the outside. A group of guards surrounded Jia Sherdao and walked in. When he saw the situation in the room, Jia Sherdao's expression became even more gloomy. In addition to Jia Baoyu, there was also an extremely beautiful young girl in the study. Unfortunately, Jia Sherdao didn't have time to pay attention to her beauty because she was hiding behind Jia Baoyu, and a shining dagger was placed on his neck. Jia Sherdao was experienced and knowledgeable, so he could tell that the dagger was a precious sword that could cut a hair. If she used a little more force, her son's neck would be instantly cut off, and he wouldn't be able to save him no matter how powerful he was. "Who are you, young lady? Did Machi Wu send you, or did Han Xingzhou send you?" Jia Sherdao waved his hand to stop the guards and said in a low voice. With his current power, there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble in the Jia mansion. Coupled with what had happened in the palace today, he subconsciously thought that the young girl was sent by his two political enemies, and it was more likely that it was Machi Wu. "It's none of your business where I come from. Get out of my way." Wanyan Zhongjie snorted and pressed the dagger down gently. "If you don't get out of my way, don't blame me for being rude." Feeling the cold air on the blade, Song Qingshu felt goosebumps all over his neck. He took the opportunity to lie down on his back. The soft touch immediately made him feel much more comfortable. "Little girl, don't let your hand slip," Song Qingshu said using the secret voice-sending technique. While talking, he secretly arranged the protective zhen qi around his neck. He sighed inwardly, thinking that he was still not as open-minded as Guojing. In the original work, Guojing slept with Yang Guo without any precaution. If Yang Guo really made up his mind to take revenge, Guojing would have already met the King of Hell. Now you're scared? Why weren't you scared when you spanked me and took off my clothes? Wanyan Zhongjie used Song Qingshu's body to block the others and whispered in his ear. If Baoyu loses a single hair, I'll make you beg for death, Jia Sherdao said angrily. Song Qingshu noticed that Jia Sherdao's body shook slightly. Obviously, he was going to make a move, but he didn't have full confidence, so he stopped. Really? Wanyan Zhongjie sneered and pulled a handful of hair from Song Qingshu's head. He's lost so much hair. What can you do? Song Qingshu didn't expect her to do that. He couldn't help but gasp. He pretended to be crying to Jia Sherdao and used the secret voice-sending technique to say, "You little girl, I'll teach you a lesson later." Wanyan Zhongjie was unmoved. He casually pulled a few more strands of hair and giggled as he blew a breath of fresh air into his ear. "If you say one more word, I'll pull again until you stop talking." Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Every dog has its day. He had threatened her with spanking, but he didn't expect her to take revenge so quickly. From Jia Sherdao's angle, he could only see that Wanyan Zhongjie seemed to be saying something to Jia Baoyu. Unfortunately, because Wanyan Zhongjie was talking directly into his ear, he couldn't hear what they were talking about. However, seeing Wanyan Zhongjie pull Jia Baoyu's hair again and again, Jia Sherdao's face twitched a lot. He had just said that he would make her beg for death if she lost a single hair, but he didn't expect her to slap him in the face. As far as he could remember, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to talk back to him like that, ever since he had been in a high position. "Stop messing around. Let's get out of here first." Song Qingshu had a headache. Wanyan Zhongjie was really bold. She actually dared to mess around at such a critical moment. Wanyan Zhongjie, on the other hand, was very playful. The excitement of dancing on the tip of a knife excited her. She knew that at other times, she could only listen to Song Qingshu obediently. Now that she finally had a chance to switch positions and make him listen to her, how could she waste it? "If you let Baoyu go, I promise on my reputation as the Imperial Court's privy emissary that I'll let you go safely." The sword on Jia Baoyu's neck was so dazzling that Jia Sherdao couldn't help but say it. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If I let go of this life-saving charm, how can I live?" Wanyan Zhongjie snorted. "Get out of the way. When I get to a safe place, I'll let him go." Jia Sherdao's pupils shrank slightly. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand, signaling the guards to get out of the way. Wanyan Zhongjie smiled proudly and walked out with Song Qingshu. Along the way, Song Qingshu also pretended to block some of her blind spots, so that the hidden masters couldn't attack her. When they reached the gate, Wanyan Zhongjie said angrily, "Where's the horse I asked you to prepare? Why isn't it ready yet?" Jia Sherdao sneered. "The horse can be sent at any time, but if you don't let him go first, how can I let you take him away like this? If I let him go, will I be able to leave?" Wanyan Zhongjie sneered as well. "Then let's stay like this for a while. Let's see who can outlast the other." After saying that, Jia Sherdao closed his eyes like an old monk in meditation. This time, it was Wanyan Zhongjie's turn to be dumbfounded. He quietly asked, "Brother Song, what do we do now?" Song Qingshu looked at Jia Sherdao, admiring him. How could this old fox, who was powerful in politics, be led by the nose by a young girl? He would definitely find a way to break the other party's rules and do things according to his own. In fact, it was easy to break Jia Sherdao's trick. It just depended on who was more ruthless. If Wanyan Zhongjie was holding the real Jia Baoyu hostage, he would directly cut off one of his fingers, or at least make him bleed a little. Then, Jia Sherdao wouldn't be able to sit still. Unfortunately, this Jia Baoyu was a fake. Song Qinshu didn't want to cut off a finger or anything. While he was hesitating, Jia Sherdao suddenly opened his eyes. Chen Jian, who was next to him, suddenly attacked as if they had a telepathic connection. A sharp blade light slashed toward Wanyan Zhongjie's head. The strike was fast and accurate. The two of them were a few feet apart, but as soon as Jia Sherdao drew his blade, the blade was already slashing toward him like a mountain. Song Qinshu was shocked. He wondered why Jia Sherdao dared to take such a risk. But in the next second, he realized that Jia Sherdao had said that to see Wanyan Zhongjie's reaction. However, Wanyan Zhongjie didn't know what to do at that moment. He had instantly captured the weakness in Wanyan Zhongjie's heart, which was why he had asked his master to make such a risky move. He was betting that Wanyan Zhongjie would make the wrong choice in a split second. Song Qinshu wanted to remind her, but it was too late. As Jia Sherdao had expected, Wanyan Zhongjie didn't expect his opponent to attack without caring about Jia Baoyu's life. Originally, it would have been the best choice to use Song Qinshu as a shield, but at that moment, Wanyan Zhongjie didn't think about the pros and cons. He was worried that he would hurt Song Qinshu, so he chose to retreat. Chapter 1188. When Wanyan Zhongjie realized what was going on, the situation had been completely reversed. Song Qinshu reacted faster than her, but unless he exposed his identity and kung fu, there was no way he could get out of this situation. He was suddenly in a dilemma. Seeing his men surrounding Wanyan Zhongjie, Jia Sherdao couldn't help but sneer. Capture her alive. I want this little b*tch to know what it means to beg for death. He was the most powerful man in the imperial military, but he had been humiliated by such a little girl. How could he not be angry? What had happened in the palace before was obvious that someone was deliberately targeting the Jia family. Jia Sherdao had been suppressing his anger for a long time. This assassin was in his hands, so he could use her as a warning to others. Seeing a group of guards rushing toward Wanyan Zhongjie, he thought about how her ribs were broken and how she couldn't use 30% of her kung fu. Even if she wasn't injured, she wouldn't be able to escape under the siege of so many powerful guards. Song Qinshu originally thought that he would try to rescue her after she was captured, so the risk of exposing his identity would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, Wanyan Zhongjie happened to look at him. The sad and helpless look in her eyes made his heart warm up, so he decided to rush out and save her. Song Qinshu was very clear about the serious consequences of exposing his identity, but he also knew that a girl's heart was even more precious. If he weighed the pros and cons too much and caused the girl to be sad, he might not be able to make up for it for the rest of his life. He would rather betray the world than the beauty. Learning from the mistakes of the demigods and semi-devils, Song Qinshu didn't want to become the second Murong Fu. Song Qinshu was about to make a move, but suddenly the group of guards who were rushing toward him kept screaming. Snakes! No one knew who shouted, but they saw that the group of imperial bodyguards had all kinds of snakes coiled around their bodies. The group of people was so scared that their liver and gallbladder were about to explode, and they ran away in terror. A bunch of useless people! Chen Jian cursed and rushed forward. With a flash of his knife, a large number of snakes were cut in half by him. Which scoundrel only dares to hide in the dark and attack people? Humph! A cold snort suddenly came from the darkness, and Chen Jian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not have the time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he stared at the person who walked out from the darkness. The newcomer was dressed in a white robe embroidered with gold. He was tall, had a high nose and deep eyes, and his curly hair was faintly golden. Who else could it be but Ouyang Feng? Seeing him appear, Song Qinshu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. With Ouyang Feng here, Wanyan Zhongjie would be saved. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Ouyang Feng was indeed a genius in martial arts. Even at this age, his martial arts could still improve by leaps and bounds. If the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, and Northern Beggar were to compete again, Ouyang Feng would undoubtedly be the champion, second only to Wang Chongyang, who faked his death. In fact, the reason why Ouyang Feng's martial arts had improved to the next level was because he had come into contact with too many supermasters in the past 2 years, especially Song Qinshu and Wang Chongyang. In the past, on Divine Dragon Island, Ouyang Feng thought that he could slightly defeat Song Qinshu. Unfortunately, every time they met again, he would be surprised to find that Song Qinshu's martial arts had improved by a large margin. Later on, it was even his turn to look up at his opponent's back. Although Ouyang Feng did not say anything, he had always been proud and arrogant. How could he admit defeat so easily? He had secretly studied martial arts, especially during his time in the Jin Kingdom, where he had interacted with Song Qinshu and Qiu Qianren. He had learned a lot from their discussions about martial arts, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, he never had the opportunity to do so. Not long ago, in Chongyang Palace, he had witnessed the earth-shattering battle between Song Qinshu and Wang Chongyang. Finally, he had an epiphany. After he returned, he immediately went into seclusion. When he came out, his martial arts had improved by another level. Grandpa Ouyang. Seeing Ouyang Feng appear, Wanyan Zhongjie immediately smiled like a flower. Of course, deep in her heart, she was actually the happiest when she noticed that Song Qinshu was about to save her. "Humph, I've never seen you speak so sweetly before. You only think of me when you're in danger," Ouyang Feng said with a straight face, but he could not suppress the affection in his eyes. Ouyang Feng had lived a lonely life and had 2 sons. His biological son, Ouyang Ku, had died young. His adopted son, Yang Guo, was a very good person. He was smart and filial, but when he remembered that he was Yang Kang's son, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but think of Ouyang Ku's tragic death. There was always a knot in his heart, and he was no longer as close to Yang Guo as he was when he was crazy. Originally, Ouyang Feng had special feelings for Song Qinshu. Unfortunately, Song Qinshu's martial arts were getting better, and so was his status. It was difficult for him to see him as a nephew. On the other hand, Wanyan Zhongjie was quick-witted and lively. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Gradually, he began to love her like a granddaughter. "I'm also a sweet talker," Wanyan Zhongjie said. "Last time, I stole the bottle of stone-frozen spring from the Palace of Gluttony to show my filial respect to you, ahem." Ouyang Feng almost choked to death talking about this in front of so many people. He quickly interrupted her. Okay. I know you're the most filial girl. Oh, it's Mr. Ouyang, one of the 5 greats. Jia Sherdao had already recognized who he was. "I didn't know Mr. Ouyang was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you." Ouyang Feng snorted coldly. "If I had come a little later, I'm afraid this little girl wouldn't have been able to see tomorrow's sun." "So this girl is Mr. Ouyang's junior. It seems to be a misunderstanding," Jia Sherdao said lightly. Jia Sherdao said casually. He had thought that Wanyan Zhongjie had been sent by Machi Chu or Han Xingzhou, so he wanted to retaliate. However, since Wanyan Zhongjie was Ouyang Feng's junior, there was no need to provoke such a strong enemy at such a critical moment. Moreover, according to the intelligence, Ouyang Feng represented the Jin Kingdom. A misunderstanding? Ouyang Feng chuckled. He suddenly moved and appeared in front of Chen Jian. Chen Jian felt as if a comet had hit him, and the strong wind made it difficult for him to breathe. He was shocked and hurriedly pulled out his saber to defend himself. With a crisp sound, the treasured saber in Chen Jian's hand broke into several pieces. His entire body flew backward like a broken sandbag, and he only managed to regain his balance after retreating dozens of steps. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is a lesson for your arrogant words." Ouyang Feng paused, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "You survived my toad skill. Many masters in the martial arts world are not as good as you." Chen Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clenched his teeth, and said, "Thank you for your compliment, senior." Ouyang Feng snorted and ignored him. He turned around and helped Wanyan Zhongjie. "Let's go." The snakes scattered around seemed to have a mind of their own. They surrounded the two of them and gradually went away. Song Qingshu's heart was full of admiration for Ouyang Feng. In the past, Ouyang Feng could come and go as he pleased in the Mongolian Western Punitive Expedition Army, treating thousands of troops and horses as nothing. Tonight, he broke into the Jia residence alone and easily rescued Wanyan Zhongjie. Seeing Ouyang Feng go away, Chen Jianxiang came to Jia Sherdao with his injuries and asked, "Master, why didn't you stop Ouyang Feng?" "Stop him? What could we do?" Jia Sherdao said expressionlessly. Qin Jian said in a low voice, "If Master had done it and all of us had joined forces, shut up." Jia Sherdao interrupted him before he could finish. Chen Jian realized something and immediately lowered his head. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. Jia Sherdao was unpredictable. If he really wanted to stop Ouyang Feng would be in danger with the home advantage. Of course, if that really happened, he wouldn't just sit back and watch. At this time, Wanyan Zhongjie and Ouyang Feng also had a similar conversation. "Grandpa Ouyang, why didn't you kill them when their morale was low?" Ouyang Feng liked her ruthlessness very much. He couldn't help but laugh and scold her. "Little girl, it's easy for you to say. Jia Sherdao is a privy emissary. How many masters are there in his mansion? Take that man with a knife, for example. If he were in Jianghu, many heads of famous sects would be no match for him. That's fine, but that Jia Sherdao, I can't really tell how strong he is." "That Jia Sherdao also knows martial arts?" Wanyan Zhongjie asked in surprise with her beautiful eyes wide open. "Not only does he know martial arts, but he's also very good at it," Ouyang Feng said with a frown. "It seems that I was really lucky to come out alive today." Wanyan Zhongjie patted her small chest and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She looked very cute. "Grandpa Ouyang, actually there was a super master there that you didn't see." "There was?" Ouyang Feng frowned and thought of everyone there. He snorted and said, "Little girl, don't try to fool me. There was no super master there. It was that Jia Baoyu." Wanyan Zhongjie laughed even more happily. "Jia Baoyu?" Jia Baoyu was so famous in Lin, and that even Ouyang Feng knew him. How could it be? Of course, because he was Brother Song in disguise. Wanyan Zhongjie was shocked just now, so she was very happy to see Ouyang Feng's surprised face. "Song Qingshu?" Ouyang Feng finally lost his calm. "Of course. If he hadn't secretly protected me, I wouldn't have survived until you came to save me." Thinking of Song Qingshu's impulsive look, Wanyan Zhongjie was very happy. "What on earth happened? Tell me quickly," Ouyang Feng hurriedly asked. Wanyan Zhongjie began to tell him the whole story, including some arrangements that Song Qingshu had told her before. "It's like this." Jia Sherdao returned to the study with a gloomy face, and Chen Jianxiang followed him. "I'm useless. I let the assassins sneak in and take the young master hostage. This place is heavily guarded. How could that girl break in?" Jia Sherdao said angrily. Chen Jian smiled bitterly and said, "I still don't know what happened." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He was worried that if they continued to confess, Jia Sherdao, the old fox, would see something. He hurriedly said, "Actually, I was lustful. I saw that the girl was beautiful, so I let her in. I didn't know that I was letting a wolf into the house." Jia Sherdao suddenly slammed the table. "You healed so quickly. Did you forget the pain?" You just did that thing in the palace, and now you're back to your old ways? Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly and lowered his head, not saying a word. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.